5. Happy Monday, everyone! We're back again, another day, another Minecraft rabbit hole, as I say, on the socials, because I want to upgrade the Minecraft server, and, that causes brain work. What the fuck happened to my medication? What? What's happening? I could've... Okay, well... I could've sworn I refilled my thing correctly, but... There's only... What? There's only one pill in there. I gotta fix that. Baby. Moira is upsetty today. She wants attention. What's up? You want something to play with? What about this? Oh, she already left. Okay. Well, alrighty. Shows her attention span is the same as her mother. Hi, everybody. I hope you're all having a great day. It's fucking hot today, dude. It's fucking hot. I want to redo my face tracking. Wait. Oh, thank you, Wacky, for the Wacky's Monkeys. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good day. Oh, my. Oh, I haven't, you know what? That's why it's weird. There we go. Now she's better. Now I'm just gonna toggle this back on. There we go. Great, got back from DDG. I'm just stopping by to wish you well. Thank you. I hope D&D went well. I hope you had a great time with it. I hope you get wonderful rest after your fun D&D session. Let's see, we gotta put BLT back over there. We can turn off this little iPad. Don't need an iPad starting the day out with an iPad. I don't think it's necessary. There we go. Alright. Slow down. Phases in repo form. And then I gotta go here and comment on stuff. Bet dog vibe and shine video just for you next week. Yo, Lane, how's work? Good. I've just kind of started, just kind of started existing for the day. I'm kind of eepy, but we're doing good overall. We're doing good overall. I have to blow my nose. For some reason, it's like really stuck today. I don't know why. Maybe like it's warm. I don't know. I don't know. How are you doing, Oso? How are you doing? You doing work today? You working on commissions? What? Alright. Nose has been blown. Nose is now good. So sick. And then we have to fix the Minecraft server later. I've gotten a good way through a lot of the Minecraft mods. I've started taking some out that I don't think we'd be needing, like mutant monsters were kind of annoying. I don't know about just another rotten flesh mod. We might have that already. Mod Plaques wasn't showing up. No chat reports, no farmland tempo, I don't think matters. More VOD variants was breaking stuff. We're removing like kind of like all the mods items because I don't think they're necessary for our mod pack. And then I'm adding back in everything we already had, mostly. Vibin', yeah, working on comms today. I finished one yesterday. I'm doing some more, one for your Luro sibling. Hell yeah! Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, we love Luro and all of our Luro siblings. Was this Friday? This was Thursday, wasn't it? No, this was Friday. When did I do that? I'll post one I made in the studio. Yippee! I will watch it. I will watch it when my brain is awake. I can be yippee. Because I burned down to choke or not. Gonna you are just like them all. The until you drove it. Do I have Thursdays? Oh, I think I should. I don't. Sorry, that was a really weird sneeze. My bad. My bad. Hello, yeah, I gotta make 2 more. I believe in you. Let me see this. Oh, it's for B. Love B. I like it. That was good. That's a good edit. I liked what thank you. I liked the Freddy Fazbear at the end. That was very funny. Or. That was definitely Wednesday. Cool. Alright, start download. Thanks, you cool bean. Thanks for sharing, you cooler bean. Wink. Surprise, end up being a right man. Oh. No, what the hell do I do? Okay, cool. B is my first commissioner on VJ. Fuck yeah, that's cool. Fuck yeah. If I had enough money, I would honestly just pay someone else to do my video editing as well, to be honest. So, there's that. Right. I'm gonna copy one I wrote here. Because I'm lazy. Eggs. Hashtag Twitch clips. Repo. Oh, well, I'll always be done taking on to that over. Totally not self-promo. Nope, that's okay. I want you to self-promo. If I could, I would have like a little interactive thing where it's like, hey Elaine, do you know, because I've had people come to me quite a few times, or not quite a few times, but times in my past where they're like, do you know good artists or good riggers for live 2D stuff? And I'm like, I have a list of people. Have a list. Hold on. I said hi and proceeded to get my cheek slapped by orders. Oh god, I hope you're doing okay. I hope it's cooled down now. I'm sorry that you got your cheeks clapped, but welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day outside of getting your cheeks clapped. But yeah, like, it's cool because, like, we have writers, we have artists, we have video editors, we have, just people who like video games. We have, like, a whole slew of, like, people with different cooking, especially cooking. Food's a good one. We just have a slew. It might get worse, but my prep is done. I believe in you. If I believe in anybody, I believe in you, Vex. You got this. You got the will of like a bull or something on God. I believe in you. Where did that clip go? Where'd that clip go? Where'd that clip go? Where'd it go? Okay, well that's gone now. Huh. Rah! I believe. Alright. I already did this. Did that the other day. So now I put these down here. Devil. I wonder how my thing did on iFunny. Not iFunny 9gag. I bet it got taken down again. I wouldn't be surprised. My profile. Posts. It did get taken down again. Gestures of I like this gift. But I don't understand why I was saying that. Now I gotta get strict, bro. That's crazy. Maybe I go back to iFunny. So at least iFunny was letting me post my stuff. That's crazy. Right? Yeah, at least it let me post my stuff. That's crazy. I can't believe that 9gag wouldn't let me keep my stuff up. That's so mean. So mean. It's okay. It's an old platform anyway. Nobody really even uses those anymore anyway. I think. I don't really know. I'm sure plenty of people do, considering that it's still an app that exists, but like... bleh. Upload a video. Gotta do Monday video. I believe is the 20th of last week? 20th was Friday. Nope. Cancel it. Reminds me, I gotta set my blue sky with my VGen as well. Yeah! Put all your links. Put all your links everywhere. Put all your links everywhere. So that way people know where to find you. Even if you think, man, that's a lot of links. Don't matter. Put them everywhere. Everywhere. Because at least for, like, me, when I see someone's got, like, links and stuff, I'm like, oh, I want to check that out. And I go check it out. I like seeing all the links. My brain is so tired. My brain is, like, really worried that I took too many meds today. But that's not possible. I didn't put the meds in my mouth. I only put the meds in my mouth when I streamed. I don't know. I'm, like, worried I took too many meds. Oh, well. Not iconic, you are just like them all. Don't act like you don't know. Hi, Pixels! Time you dropped it, and down you are not iconic. I listened to the song earlier. What the fuck? This is what we started with. Okay, sure. Maybe the headpads. I don't know. Now I'm psyching myself out of whether I took my meds earlier or not. I don't think I did. I think I took them when I said I took them after I started the stream, and I think we're gonna be okay. I wanna do 23. This only thing all by myself. This one gets pasted here, and I'm also doing MilkClubMedia. Publish. Alright. Open a recent to do. So today, not next Monday, is it? Am I doing that next week? I am doing that next week. Damn. I was about to do double the work today for no reason. That's crazy. Because, we will not be streaming on the 14th. Yes, we will not be streaming on the 14th or the 11th. Wait, am I getting... No, yeah, next week, yeah. Next... On the 14th, the 11th, I won't be here, and I won't be back until the 15th. Jesus, my brain. Mm. Mm. You have like a lullaby. Alright, we did this. Oops. How it's done. Alright, so I'm gonna start writing stuff. And by that, I just mean I need to plan out what it is today. So today, we're going to do the next V highlight, be somebody, and then we're going to do Did You Know 5? And then V star 16. 3, 4. I'd love, I think, to do cast and show. I think. Cast and show. Let's down mascara. The check for a new era. What do I do for this one? Oh. No, dismiss. Please stop. Okay. There's 27. Week of June 30th. And I think I have enough dog data for doing a dog specific one. Alright, let's go down the list really quick. I did that one. Yeah, I'd want to do Doozy. But Doozy didn't make their own mod. Rock right now. I wanna rock right now. I wanna rock right now. Oh yeah, right. They're more on Blue Sky than they are here. Okay. Cool. Right now. I wanna dance in the light. Ooh, big dog bug is screaming. Let's see. Yeah. They have done art before, but their model is created by someone else. They are an artist. I try another Shy Guy mute. Oh, did you? Let me go look. Cute. I love it. I like that you did not only like kind of like a 3/4, but you also did front facing. That's a good job. I'm proud of you. Good job. It's good to practice every day. I think I'll do a Kuda because I kind of want to. Yay! Yay! Do they have a they've streamed before, I believe. Don't know how recent it is though. Wow. Okay. Well, that's okay. I guess we don't need clips. Go for a ride. Music and up your ride. Because while they don't do a lot of stuff on like other socials, they work hard on their stuff. Who else am I thinking of? Who else can we do for today? I feel like I had like so many people in this list and I've just forgotten like all. I'll attack money with no appetite. What you like? Body out of sight. Who did I? Hold on. I feel like there's someone I wanted to do specifically, but I'm like, I feel like my brain's forgotten. Get a little crazy, get a little stupid, get a little crazy. Wanna dance, I wanna dance in the light. Oh my god! I heard a Tori. Yo, body. They do Twitch streams, don't they? Yeah. Can we do Doradoki? Drawing on pen is smoother and you can overlap it with a lighter color from a darker color. Yeah. I'm gonna do Toradoki today. I think is my plan for V highlight. And then yeah, that too. Alright, and then did you know it's going to be about cloacas? Yippee! Save. And then I might talk about shrimp brain. Ganglions. Because shrimps don't technically have brains. They have like a nervous system that have like multiple brains that have lesser function than one big brain, but it's still really cool. We'll probably talk about it. Oh shit, this new feta sucks. Ew. Ew, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry. Like nothing else will feel right. You can feel like Moon Decor. I love this. I love their art. Oh god, I love their stuff. Their stuff looks so cool. May your dreams come true. Why is your art so cool? Your model's so cool. Why's their stuff so cool? What is that? Why is one of their clips of Sanic? Wait, if they're the artists, wait, hold on. If they're the artists of their stuff, I'm looking closer to you every day till you come around. Do they have a credit? Don't you know what my life's gonna feel? More info? Or is their stuff? I think all their stuff is just made by them, if I'm correct. I don't know their comms. These, I could have just clicked comms like 10 minutes ago. Oh, their art is so colorful. Oh my god! Oh my god, that's so cute. Whoa, I like these. I like these D&D sheets. They're cool. I had to say goodbye. Okay, shit. Okay, well, maybe I'm changing what I'm doing today for the highlight. I realize you go, that's where I follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow. And then I think Semi's Free does all their stuff. New Baby No. Yeah, we listened to it on Friday. I like it. I'm happy that they're like doing more music with VTubers. Did you see they did a TikTok post about like, should I become a VTuber? I hope they don't. I hope they don't. Listen, the VTuber community is already niche as it is. I don't need this big ass artist getting in my way. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Mostly I'm kidding. But also, kind of not. Kind of not. Kind of like, could they stay in their lane, I'll stay in my lane. I don't even want to do this anymore. Did you have twitchstreamer they already commissioned? Oh, really? I mean, getting emotes is fine, because, like, having, like, cute little, essentially, like, stickers of yourself is always really fun. So I can't be mad about that, but I can be mad about, don't take my babies from me. Please. I'm already trying to make it big. It's hard out here. It's hard out here. I want to DM some spree and just ask them if it's cool if I guess I will do it anyway. We are following each other on this and on my brain is dying. My brain is dying on Twitch. I can't spell. Hold on. Let's do you. Okay. I just kind of want to set myself up for, like, next week as well, because, like, I'm, like, kind of, like, running out of artists and stuff, but I shouldn't be. Hold on, I need to make another backlog of the artists. I can, and I need it. Left. Oh? I can go over there. No! Fuck up my Discord ratio. It's ending. I don't wanna be. I have a lot of V-stars. I need more of these babies. People. People I follow. I did that one. Spats? Oh my god, I should do one spats. Zongi I did. Rainy. Did I do one on Rainy? I didn't. I haven't done one on Rainy. Rainy would go in V-stars though. Because it's like, especially I want to say who their models by. Oh, Mari. Oh, Mari would be so cool. Mari would be so cool. Oh, I need to do one Envy too. Envy and his boy Krauk. Actually, this one needs to go over here. I'm gonna do Ando. Did I do one on T? I don't think I ever did one on Kawaii T. I don't think. I should do one on Kawaii T. Bunchata? Fuck. Bunchata and Starfy. I'd probably, like, put theirs back to back, though, because they're wives. You know, they're wives, and I want them to be together. Okay, that's a good amount for now. Fuck this shit up on me. Fuck this shit up on me. Don't fuck this shit up on me. Alright, cool. And then V-stars. We have plenty of people for V-stars. We're gonna do semi-spree today. And then we're going to do, I think we're gonna do Aunt Gabo. And then I'd like to do, Alicia X Life, I think, is my plan. These are out of order. Oops. Okay. Did you know it are good? And then I want to do cast and chill. Do cast and chill. And then we were accepted to do, there were some demos that we were given. My one bigger one, they use my car's alert sound in it. Oh, rip! Oh, rip! That must get you nervous. I'd be like, oh, my car! But hey, that's cool. It's cool that they use specific, because, like, how coincidental is it that they use your specific car alert sound in it, you know? Because, like, there's so many, like, variants out there, you know? Sorry, I'm, like, fixing my hair. My hair's pissing me off today. I want to cut my hair so bad, chat. You have no idea. Can I have a bowl cut today? Would you guys care if I had a bowl cut today? Bam, bowl cut. Bowl cut, because it's hot, bro. I can't show off my other hairstyles, but fuck it, bowl cut. Are you guys mad about the bowl cut? Wait, I can make them bang. Sure. That make it better? A little bit. It's kind of cute. Alright. I forgot. Oh, key mailer. Fuck, right. Also, I need to check something. Because I thought Glitchbanker was coming out. Why do they have to use mid-aughts Chevy noise? Maybe it's special to them. Maybe it's special. Launching June 27th. Okay. Okay, I was gonna say, I thought the game was supposed to come out already, but it is not out already. And I was like, what the fuck, did I miss something? But no, it just hasn't come out. So let me just look at it. It says June 27th. You will send your for the early access. Yeah, so it's release date June 27th. But it still hasn't come out yet. Damn, how'd you make a bowl cut look good? Because I'm Asian. Because I'm Asian, that's how it works. If you're, well, that's a lie. Some Asians don't look great in bowl cuts. But that's what I'm gonna say it as. Is that Bowl Cut Monday is happening because I'm Asian. Sorry if this is not to put this curious since I saw that a glitch banker on keymailer. The game is coming. Not the 27th. Does that need to be updated? Oh, I put D with the capital. Oh my god. Okay. Ah, Ship Inc. These people, the people that published this game actually are also the people that made Retlord. That published Retlord, which is awesome in my opinion, and I kind of just want to keep, like, keep requesting their stuff, because their stuff's, like, hella cute. Honestly. Like, I feel like there's a niche of people that would really love their game. Errors and perils. I should also say, also great game. Love the demo. Can't wait for full release. Where should I put a ways ago? Because I adore y'all's game. My funny bone. Alright. What's your name, Bob? Because they calling you Bob. Stop playing, because we know you're... Wait, what? What's your name, Bob? Because they know... What? Princey, what? Is this a reference to something that I don't know? Baby Hippo Pygmy Zoo. I don't want that game. That's a bottom. That's a bottom. That's a different thing. It's Nikki lyrics. She says, oh my god! Oh my god, that song! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! You got me in a nostalgia fucking... Oh my god! Is it... What the fuck? Yeah, the Nicki... Oh my god! The Nicki Minaj song, Bob, the one she talked... Yeah, is it that one? Out of My Mind? Is it this one? Yeah. I used to listen to Nicki so much. Thank you for the head pats. Oh my god, I used to listen to this so much. I'm not listen to this song specifically, but I used to love Nicki Minaj. I can't see a Bob without... No, that's so valid. I remember the TikTok fucking things of them being like, Bob, and I was like, oh, okay. And now I have a Bob. Where the... Oh shit, I wanted to do... They're still here. Redeem. Okay, so I want to do Bus Flipper Simulator. And we're gonna see if it's that great. It might not be, but we'll find out. Because it's another simulator game. I want to do Cast and Chill Bus Flipper Simulator this week, and then we'll do the other one next week, I think is my plan. Bob. Yes! Oh, Bob! Oh my god. I need the disclosure. And then I need the Steam key so I can play the game. And then oh, nope, not a non-Steam game. Activated product on Steam. Confirm. Also, hope you're having a wonderful day, Prinsu. Thank you for stopping in. I have to explain. BZ! Out of my mind. What's this? Oh. You're amazing. I adore you. Hope you have a lovely stream. My amazing favorite rig/artist ever. Okay. It started off rough, but I'm getting better. I just ordered some Panera for dinner, so I'm excited for salad. Sometimes, I'm gonna be honest, when I was growing up, I was like, ew, bitches that just like salad. But now, I'm kind of like, sometimes I just want a salad. Like, on God, sometimes I'm just like, salad, man. Sometimes I just want a salad. Hello. Sometimes salads just be good for the bowel movements, so you want to eat the salad. Alright, chip egg there. Oh! Okay, well now we gotta... Okay, wait, hold on. I gotta put on like other Nicki Minaj songs because I really like Nicki Minaj actually. Starships, obviously. Super Bass, obvious. Okay, those are like the two, I think. Damn, she did a Barbie World. I did not know that. I want those two. Oh my god, Starships though? Oh my god, that was so popular. How many listens does it have on here? No, go away. It's like me, it's hard to come by. Let's go get it on. Starships has... What's that number? 1,370,000,000? Like, good lord. That's a lot. Like, a lot of her top songs have, like, over 1 billion listens, and I think that's crazy. Gosh, moment, high hands up and watch the sky. Did I redeem that game? I already forgot what I was doing. Yes, I did. Okay. She's that girl. She is. She really is. Alright. Okay, so we're doing Bus Flipper Simulator for this week. And I'm not doubling up on work until next week. Hey, yo, co-work time! How are you? I'm good! Multicore, I'm gonna do a video! Wait, it doesn't reflect. Hold on, I gotta reflect that. Look at. I was looking at your art, and your art's so pretty, dude. Like, you're fucking. Can I make you a slug? Hold on. I'm making you a slug. You have no choice. I'm making you into a slug. Don't say thank you. You thank yourself for being cool. Wait, I need your reference. I need your reference. A slug? Yeah, I'm making you a slug. It's just a little thing that I've been doing because I don't actually have a reason why I've been doing this. I just have been. So, yeah. I'm just gonna... Ooh, you have, like, a lot of colors. So we can add, like, a lot of colors to your slug. Okay. These are the slugs. I put them in a little stack because I can. I do. I am sorry. It's okay. No, it's great. I love your colors. I like that you have a lot of colors because that means we can make an interesting slug. I need to switch this, and then this goes down here, and then these can be turned on so I can see them. And then these can go in here. And then we lock this one, because these are like the done slugs. The done slugs. And this is the slug stack. Thank you for letting me make you a slug. Thank you for letting me be weird. Alright, and then we're calling this moon. I also love your colors in your outfit. Oh my god, I saw like your D&D style, like fucking your like D&D styled like commissions that you did. Those are so cool. D&D, let's go. Oh, you have like a little nice little thingy. Okay, so we're gonna do base color. We'll do this color because that's the majority, and then we'll do the accent thing. Oh yeah, of course. And then this. And then we gotta make, oh wow, that's such a pretty color. There we go. And then we gotta make the accent colors different. And make it darker, saturated. I want to give you like, evil brows, so I'm gonna do that. There you go. And then these would be this color. Unless that's not the color. No, okay. Actually, I could use your line art color. Your line art color might be better because you have multiple colors. Okay. And now you got like so I'll do like the crescent shape, I think. There's a crescent. I have a crescent shape in here. Wow. Let me take that off. God damn, I love this design. Okay. But it's more crescent-y. I love this already. I'm glad. I'm just making silly, goofy little guys. It makes my brain happy. Actually, I think it was facing this way was better. Gotta see how it looks in the swag. Oh, and you also have like this shoulder accent on me. I'm gonna put this underneath. Oops. Actually, do I want to do this differently? Because honestly, I kind of want to replicate how you have your tail. Yeah, I think I actually, and then we can make like, yeah, actually I have an idea. Actually, this one. Make this color. Make it 100. And then take this guy. Okay. Then is this the right color? Did I do? No, it's not. It's not normal. There we go. That's the right color. You have like this cool gradient going on near your butt. Near your butt. We'll do this. And we'll do the gradient. And then we'll reverse this. And then we'll pick the color that you have on the tip. And then I'm gonna put this in your body. Yeah, except I think I'm gonna adjust this just a bit. Yeah, and also this color is not correct. It should be this color. Right, and then this can go here. And start here. Now my DJ stuff like music. Why? Sure. And then oh my god. Oh my god, your hearts are so cool! Woo! Pickup session. In my dreams. Alright, I think I'd rather do this the crescent. Ooh. Thank you for letting me perceive such coolness. There we go. And then we're gonna subtract it, and then this one we'll get this color. Yeah. So that way we can do this. And I think, ooh, another 4-pointed star. I love 4-pointed stars. Not to be biased or anything, but I think 4-pointed stars are kind of cooler than 5-pointed stars. Any advice? And put this down here. The crisis. They're my favorite. I know. I like them a lot more. I feel they're just more magical. The 5-star one is just It's all over my design with the moon. Yeah, I love it. Like, you have a moon here, you have a moon here. That's so cool. I don't want a star there. I love it. I love things that are designed around the stars and the moon. It makes me happy. Alright, and then I kind of want to make your antennas similar to your ears, I think. I actually kind of want these to be this color. And then we'd, like, cut it and make it another color. And flip that, and then, oops. Horrible. I took the wrong purple. Get in the antenna. You want some party in my basement? Well, I got out like party. And then I want the darker purple. Yes, that's so cool. It's like a little ice cream. And then you have there's the other antenna. Where is it? There you are. Get over here. And then I'm just gonna scoot this over here. Slurp. I'm just gonna eat your antennas. Yum, 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 yum. Down just a little bit. There we go. My community calls it forbidden candy. I do feel like it would kind of be like the crystal candy, the hard candy. You know what are they called? Crystal stick candy. Yeah, the rock candies. Yeah, you're like a purple one of these. That's what you remind me of. Except a lot smoother, but I feel like it would taste the same. I don't want to do the horns though. I feel like I gotta do the horns. Okay, so the shape of them, I've never done the horns like this before. So you go like up and then down and then up again. They can't see the line that I'm drawing. I think those are about right. Yeah, those are like about right. I need to like clean it up a little bit, but I think that's like too long. Cool. And then I'm just gonna modify this so it's nice and smooth. You can use without the spikes on it. I tend to draw without reasoning. It's easier. Oh, okay. Okay. Like without like this spike, like oh. Oh, good point. Oop, oop. Yeah. Oh god, your model's so pretty. Oh! Art is so cool. Oh my god, it's this guy. I know that guy. That guy. Blanc with his cat. He got a cool cat. He got a cute cat. Oh, I wanna that's so cute. I've wanted to do this trend for so long, I just never got around to it. Actually, I kind of want to just keep it. Beep. Beep. Yeah, Blanc's cool. I like his cat. His cat reminds me of my cat. Wait, how do I want to position this? Do it, your model. Oh, thank you. I'll someday muster the courage to draw more. I'm currently a Billy Bonky baby, and still like learning 2D art. I feel like a lot of times. So, but hey, your belief goes a long way. I'll make this stumpier. Make stumpier. This is slug. Yay! Oh, that's so cute. Okay, I'm gonna just make sure I have the right colors. The outline color is incorrect. It should be this color. Is this the same color? I think it is. There we go. Hee, I'm glad you like it. I wanna do inner glow of this color. And then this should actually be like the like pinky color, this one. And then we do the inner glow from the center. That's a normal color. There we go. That's just so you don't get it. Making sure, yep, that's cool. Should I put that on top of the head? Nah, be on that side. Yeah, there we go. Okay, there you go. I can send it to you on the social medias. I'm glad you like it. Slug. Save. And we add you to the slug pile. I'll place it in my horde. Yippee! Oh my god, I guess to be part of a horde? I'm so excited. I love adding to people's hordes. You will get to go on top. And then I have to make the slug stack small. Yep. Save. Alright, I will send this to you on the social medias. I'm gonna send it to you on Blue Sky. I think. Can you send pictures on Blue Sky? I hope you can. Nope. No! Okay. I'll go to do it in Blue Sky. Bed pets. Slugs. Oh, okay. Yeah, bet. If I could just type. Oh, vocal stem. Okay. Hold on.
Brother.
Oh, brother. I don't know what the other one is. Hold on.
I love refrigerators.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay. That took a while. That scared me. I love refrigerators. Alright, cool. I believe I've added you into core, so whenever you're free. Okay. What am I doing now? 3. Is there anything else I'm forgetting? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. I'm gonna have to work on this for a little bit. Playtest. Where is it? Where is? Oh yeah, this one. So I gotta redo the stat block, which is interesting because it's actually this put here, I believe, and it does have a drop. So it also has more saturation. Ooh, yes, I love D&D. I loved your little like emote stickers were so cute. What the heck? I like it. It's just they're so little guy. I love the little guy energy. Thank you for letting me make you into a slug. Of course. Thank you for letting me do it. Okay, wait. Maybe less saturation? Wait. Maybe more saturation, just shifted away from, yellow. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, like there. Baby. Is there an event? Monthly sub check. Event? This supposed to happen once a month! Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what is happening? What's happening? Why is this notification that I... What? What? It should be once a month. What? Did I break? Oh, no. I think I did it wrong. I did do it. I did do it wrong. This is killing me. Okay, it's on the 30th of every month. It never ends. There's no end. Monthly, annually, every other Monday, monthly on the 5th Monday. Sure. End date. I don't want it to end. Okay. Save. Okay, I think I fixed it. Save it. Oh, fuck. Cool, now it should be like July. This doesn't make sense. Why? Why can't I do a monthly thing? Officially on my little horde. Yeah! Thank you! Thank you for enjoying it. I hope it makes you happy. Every weekday, Monday, annually on June 30th is not. Okay, maybe this is not the way I should do this. It's fine. It's fine. I'll change that later. I'll fix that later. Okay. Alright. Baby, how was I supposed to know? Okay, and then that's fine. Rectangle curve. Remove these guys. I think that is how that works. Baby, one more time. Loneliness is killing me, and I still believe. See, now we gotta change all these curves. I'm just gonna make it this color. Lighter. There we go. And then this guy. Give me. I don't like the DJ saying baby gravy. I'm gonna be honest. I think it's a little weird. And this is the skills, right? Yeah. Okay. Get what? Come back, please. Alright, so now these are less in the front and apparent. Actually, how they're doing it is different. I'm actually thinking about this way wrong. Okay, so this should actually come here and be thicker. That should be thicker like that. This is the center. This should be a center stroke. I have to go back in here. Favorites. This should be a center stroke. And then the top one is also this one. But I think I might make them a bit thicker. Too. So it's nice and even. Oops. 32. And then 32 for this one as well. Yeah, that's more distinct, I'd say. Similar to how this one is doing it. Yep. And then I actually like this to be blue. Like this. But they are a different color, so I'll bring this back to red, I think. Yes. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. And then we wanted this to essentially be the read aloud boxes to essentially be the same, just slightly different. So I need to go back into here. Take a snap on it, copy paste that, and make this do note. Okay. Move this up stronger. And then we don't need any of this except for this guy. Take this, lower that, take. Where is this guy? Read aloud. Can I fix that in here? I don't like how this is set up. Please. Okay, this one. Not this anymore. I'm not sure. No. Oh. Let's be straight. So now if we go back to this. We'll go here. They're like full thing widths though, almost. So this is pretty normal. Yeah, pretty good size. Text. remove them. And this text would fill this area. Well, maybe not fully. There we go. And then we'll add this back to 100. Oh, we don't want the borders on this anymore. Where are you coming from? Where are you coming from, actually? Around like... That makes sense. Oh, it's because of you. Okay. But this doesn't have that, right? Yeah, no. It has that, but it doesn't have the outline. Okay. And then... oh, this is all supposed to be blue. I forgot. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be blue. I'll do color blue. What kind of blue? Over. Yeah, I don't remember what blue he is. Okay. I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be blue, though. Pretty sure. That don't kill me. It only makes me stronger. Can I rename this page? Can't. Okay. Master script, go to page, start section, edit section. Okay, I just kind of wanted to, like, not delete this page, but that's okay. I'm gonna make it better, do it. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. We're gonna change the color of that stuff. Because I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be blue. And then we're gonna work on video edit stuff for the week. And probably take breaks in between to do some Minecraft server edit stuff. So I'll be right back. And I'm back. I'm back. The bulb is back. Okay, so actually there's some things I need to do with this Actually, I need to open a few things. She need to go in. Oops. Here. Play test, I think. Actually, is it in my downloads? It is. Alright. I need my tablet. Oh my god. I forgot, like, the pillow that belongs to my chair is magnetic, so I was like, damn, my tablet's kind of heavy, only to realize that the pillow that belongs to my chair was also being magnetized to my tablet, which is crazy. Alright. Alright, this is version 1. So this is V1. And then we're gonna do another version. So delete these. I think I want to keep the anchor though. I think it'd be better to look at it in the straight perspective, because I realized I think that it would look better though. Okay. Let's do a brush. Let's do symmetry. Wagonette, thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the Milk Club. I hope you're having a wonderful Monday. I like your name. You're cute. I like the wagons. Alright, let's get this pencil out. Alright, so we want more swoops. We want more swoops. Whoa! I need to open the pure up again. Which I want to not go around with big IDs. Okay. So we want Vigor Swoopty. Like this, maybe? And then having an overarching one, because I kind of liked having like a big one in the middle. Though I will say this kind of does look more like a tramp stamp, I think. Oh, there was a bug in my face. It's like a little tiny fly. It does kind of a little bit look like a tramp stamp. Don't tell the commissioner this, but I know my mouse. I know my mouse. What the fuck price is that? Tiny little Aldestoon trampy, stop! Yeah, a little bit. Okay, good. Say FC. I want to look up wind mode. Images. Yeah, I see it too. Damn it. It's just hard. That's what happens when you reflect a design like that. It just just becomes tramp stampy. Say love you. Oh! I remember why I chose the design that I did. I was like, why did I do it like that? I know why. I did it because it was meant to represent the movements in his wings. That's why I did that. I forgot. Well, let's do that again. Let's do that again, but different. Get Windy Boy without the anchor too. While we were going through it. Yeah. Like, we could do, like, the enshrined symbol or something. Or his, like, face symbol. They're not long, are they? They're rather short. There's a tiny bug in my office and it's annoying me. I think I did it for that. Okay, I was like trying to remember because I made the enshrined logo before, and I was like, what did I make that for? I remember. Honestly, I would just like to see one without a center and maybe just a breeze line in the corner just for corners. Huh? Out a center piece, just breeze lines into the corner. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, yeah, I see. Okay, I can try that. I'll do 3 sketches. I return and I see at least one of my pieces came over. Yeah. You have sent your peons and your peons have come to say hello. This is like the bottom of the wing. This is hard. And now I'm in her boom, 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 boom. Meet. Meet, meet. Okay. I think I kind of like it like this angle. Oh wow, this is something. Can I get a zoom in? Of course. Hold on, let me refix this was created by the artists over at Enshrined. They made this guy. His name is Aldulthin. He's an avatar of a god. Or he's an avatar of the god Aldulthin, technically. I'm taking his wing inspiration to make a cool page border for the D&D module that this is from. God, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Pixels. This. Wink. Oh, wink. Nice, yeah. Let's see. I did like boom 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 boom, and now I'm in her room. Boom 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 boom. I see boom 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 boom. Notice how I get quiet when there's no one else. Me and you in awkward silence, don't look at me. You reminders of how you don't feel the same. The burning pain, listening to you harp about some domain. Be so perfect, blah blah blah. Oh, how I wish to wake up one day. Into me, confess your love, at least just let me say. I won't talk to you. Okay, how do I feel about that? So put this here. Maybe like squish it at the same time. Can I squish it? I don't want it to be too tall. what to do. Lying on my bed staring into the moon. Unrequited, terrifying love. Calling me up insane. It's like my chest, I'm telling you today. But when I talk to you, oh Cupid, love. It's under my heart. All the sketches. One. I'm doing lockjaw. This is lockjaw. This one. Rasterize. This is sweet too. Boop, boop, boop. Oops. Lockjaw. It's lockjaw. Okay, skip that one. I feel like I kind of want to do something right here. Let me do. Maybe like another. Oops. Oh. On the wrong side. What if we erased this guy and just made another one here? Or they're doing two. Lockjaw. He's lockjaw. And then this. They have ones that intertwine with itself, right? No, they do not. I have another idea. And that is, this goes the other way. Lockjaw. It's lockjaw. Do I want to flip this one? No. I guess we can do the two variants of like one with and one without. This is not even. It is not here. And this guy, and these guys are deleted. These guys going here. This up. This guy. Oops. Okay, so now we have one with and out then. One thing we are missing from these ones is like the secondary lines though. I guess I can have well. It's like this. Well, let's see how that looks. I think that fills it out a little. Flip. Version 2, and then I'll have version 1 be a little bit more dainty. And then we have actually these are the centers, I'll call these centers. And then I'll paste these. You sent me something. Ooh. What is this? I feel like I saw a thing about this, but I never really saw. Yeah, no. I think I saw a TikTok about these guys. Yo, it's a demo. They have a demo. Gather up to 4 local and 8 online. Ooh. Mario Party, but way more chaotic. Ooh, you know exactly what I like. I'm very interested in this. Looks cute. I know. Alright, and furries, yeah, and furries. Alright, I bookmarked it so I can ask people to collab with me on it and we can try it. Thank you for showing that to me. You know exactly what I be liking. Your dreams come true, and I wonder, you know what it means. Actually, I want these to all be centered in on themselves. What it means. And these guys. How's your dreams come true? I'm waiting for this my whole life. What? Oh, right. This one? This one? Oh, this one. This one. Yeah. And this guy? Wait, what? Wait. You know what it means? It means I gotta move these down a little bit. I don't think I position these exact. Right. Did your dreams come true? If you listen your fucking nerves. Nope, this one. This one. This one. These are. Ooh, okay, if it's gonna be in the corner, actually. What it means, what it means, what it means. I need to make like a marker for this. Ding ding, what's up? Oh. What did it mean? Up. This will go like here. What's good, Maine? Choco is the name of your chibi brown moo buddy, correct? That is incorrect. Choco is so cute. Does Choco have a plush of themselves? Google isn't playing nice. Well, unfortunately, Google won't be playing nice because the name is BLT. And unfortunately, we're too broke to have a plush of him. But his name is BLT. He's the representation of you. Chat. He's the physical manifestation of chat. BLT got it. Yes, that is him. Let's see. So let me safety border. Vex. Vex is just protective of BLT because BLT is him and we are you guys are BLT. You know. I'm gonna make this bigger, honestly.
Hello, I am Lee. I consume all.
Yes, you do. You hurt my wallet a lot. My skin. Okay. The haze above my TV, just everything I see. I'm just gonna put this on. Fast forward to go down on me. Hey, Lane, wanna hear? Yes? Yes? Lay it on me. I wanna hear it. Lay it on me. And I want my your expensive taste. I'll be a good eye. Oh, fuck. Are you New England because you got massive? What the fuck? What do you? Alright, dude. Yeah, no, I'm down for it. Rizzler 10,000%. I don't completely get it, but I think the confusion is what's making it better. I'm gonna be honest. I think the confusion is making it better. It's super effective because I am confusement. Oh! Okay, now I'm less confused and I like it even more. This is a cheated. That's funny. I like it. I like it. Let me connected. I wanna live a life from a new perspective. Because I love your face and all of your expensive taste. And who cares if I'm an invented? Praise from a new perspective. I like that. I like that a little bit too much, I think. Oh, goodness. I keep thinking about it now. I need to show whenever I can come and go. I was expecting cringe, but that was awful. Well done. It's so good. I love it. Look around and settle. I'm doing the wrong ones, bro. This one. This one. Rasterize. Let me corrected. I wanna live a life from a new It's a brain worm down done, I know, right? I don't know your expensive taste. Trying to think of something. I'm breaking my brain a little bit. Alright, this one. And then they wanted corners without. Out. And then all I would do is take these guys, take you, and you. Scoot that in. And then this. It's kind of like without it. Okay. Save. Save. Close. And then I'm gonna try the blue. And then I had the other thing that I need to do, so we're gonna duplicate page. So we're gonna take this one. Yeah, okay, I have an idea. You guys. Well, gotta go back to grocery shopping without a BLT plush perhaps someday. Have a great day, all. Have a great day, bravo. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have fun grocery
where are you
shopping.
From again? Oh, right. Massive huge tits. Yeah, no, I haven't been there, but I've seen lots of pics online.
Oh my god. I hope you enjoyed the pics that you saw online. I'm a little worried about the fact that you saw them online, but I guess it's what it is. But I don't want to be lazy. Hi, Mew! Hi! How bad is it to do this? It is not good. Okay. I finally got out of bed! Welcome from the out of bed! Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm gonna do save as playtest mockup. Where's your hair? I have a bob. It's hot. It's hot as fuck today, so I took it off. I took it off. Yup. I have a pixie cut today. I'm not bald! I could be bald. I could be bald, but I am not bald. I don't want to be bald. I don't like this one. I want the sliders. There you go. Gib bald. Okay. The fire. Oh, give the bald. I'm gonna keep my horns when I'm bald. I'm just straight up bald. I'm just bald me McGee, you know? I'm just straight up bald. Can I lick your— oh, yeah, if you want. I guess, if you wanna. And I not expect that, but if you'd like, you can have a little taste. I won't mind. I won't mind. Give me. No one's offered to lick my bald head before, I'm gonna be honest. I can smell the meth from here. I don't do meth. I'm a clean bald-headed whammon. You know? I'm a clean bald-headed whammon where, you know, I don't do the meth. Wait a stay. I know, right? Just because I'm bald doesn't mean I do blue meth. All the time. Just sometimes. Oh, of course. Never your own supply. Okay. I also want to actually, Did I lock him or something? This should be locked. This should be blue. Nope, blue. I'm gonna make all the stab block. Well, this has to all be blue, huh? I forgot about that. Okay. Blue size. Nope, name should be blue. 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 That's not blue. Nope, that's not what I want either. Bald. Yeah, I am bald. It's hot, you know? I gotta let my scalp breathe. The fuck out of these 50s? Blue. I don't know how I did this. Blue. Honestly, what? Stat block stats? Can I just change the color to blue? I can. That's so much easier! Why did I do that in the first place? Make this blue. Yeah, and then I wanted to make these blue as well. Are you? So who are you? So I want to make it blue. You know, undo it and make it hue it to blue. Yeah. Hue it to blue. Hue it to blue. 234. Is that what's? Okay, now we have this blue, which PNG current page. Export 1. Save. Okay. And then let's do another type of blue, which would be like, I would almost think like a. Why does that say V? What is that supposed to say? Oop. What's it supposed to say? That's what saving throws again. Saving throws. Alright, and then I want this to be more like a, maybe like a, make it that. Oh. Yeah. Set what title. Color. Okay. And then change it. Oh, what happened to you? Okay. And then we gotta get all the curves, and we're gonna change it to this color. Bold! Hi, Bob. Yes, I am bold. This is true. I am bold. Like that. Hi, how are you? Size AC. Curve. Is the other curve? Curve. Make it this color. No, not you. Not you. Only this guy. Only this guy. This guy. this blue. And then the ones in the background also become lighter blue. Same with the notes. Lighter blue. Everything the lighter blue now. You are not chapter. Shooting stuff so fast. You. I got orange cream Coca-Cola. Ooh, do that taste good? I've never had one of these. I love it myself. It sounds good, to be honest. Did this fuck up the X? It did. Oh. Okay, so we have files. I think Pepsi had one last year, but I prefer the Coke one. This Coke, but I think Pepsi had one last year. I preferred, but Coke has one this year. That's valid. That's valid. So we have this color or this color. Yes. And then you did a good job reading. Thank you. It was hard, you know, for a little guy like me. Sometimes it gets hard to read, you know. I'm gonna try this color. This one gets changed to this color. Same with these guys, get changed to a more neutral color. I think you need to put your brain cells on. My brain cells are doing other. My brain cells are doing other things. That's why my brain cells aren't working. They're only just beginning to awaken. What the fuck? What color did I just have? Come on. There we go. And then change this color to this color. Okay. Okay. What is this? What are you? Points. What is the wisdom stuff? I'm the in the start. Okay, it's these guys. Oh no, you know what? It's because it's in the bases. These guys with this color. Why did you change color? You're supposed to be this color. There you go. Lane, you really be giving Will Smith's wife from the "keep my wife's name out of your mouth" incident? What? The brain is stored in the hair, clearly. Yes, clearly. What? What? I'm Will Smith? This guy has become here. And this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. So now we have 3 different colors. I'm keeping you off, not that right temperature. We want to stop. Yes. Okay. So now I send these 2 pixels. And that'll be enshrined for today, I think. I'll delete that guy. Delete that guy! And now I can finally start working on this stuff. I think. Okay, I'm gonna do one script and then I'm gonna edit Minecraft stuff. Okay, doing moon decor today. That means I need to go borrow some art. Oh, this is an image right now. Oh, it's because I'm in the media tab. Does Twitter have like better? I'm just curious if Twitter has like better image quality. Actually, could I just take him here? I can't. Okie doke. I honestly just really just want. When Will Smith sounds like his wife in that clip. Do I look like his wife? I forgot his wife was bald. I'm gonna be honest, I forgot his wife was bald. Won't cave in on you. Oh, this is such pretty art. Oh my god. Hot damn. Cool. I know this person. That's Barg. Look at all the colors. I know. I made them a slime. A slug earlier. Let me show you. Made them a slug earlier. Little slug. Little slug. I don't know which thing. Oh, this is cute. Reminds me of like a worm on a string. Alright, I'll see how this looks. Maybe it's bigger than I think it is for the thumbnail. Hidden. Where is it? It's what's part this one. I think that'd be fine, honestly. God dang, wait, I just realized like this. How this is? That's really cool. Oh, whoa, that's like rendered really fucking nice, dude. That's crazy. Okay. Hello? Or maybe they just didn't want it because it wasn't plain text. Yeah, there you go. Video editing. Highlight. New. This is moon decor. Number 40. Is that correct in here? Did I write 40 in here? 40. No, I did not. I did 39. Wait, what? Did I skip a number? 36, 37. What the fuck? 38. I did. I accidentally. This was supposed to be 39. This is supposed to be 40. Oh, 40. Walls giving on you. Alright, I'm gonna bring my hair back, okay? It might not be a lot, but I like my hair. Okay, that's good, that's good. Hair, yeah, hair. I like your hair too. Thank you. Video editing, V1. Where are your ears? I only have the cat ears. So, you know, that's just don't think about it. I just realized, yeah, you see the ones on her head, those, yeah, I just realized, like, I don't have human ears. I have cat ears. So when I do this, I don't have, like, human ears. Yeah, I don't want to have 4 ears. I'm not part of that 4-ear gang, you know? I'm only part of the 2-ear gang, unfortunately. Okay, insert image in cell. But when bald, no, I know, it might be an oversight of the wig, toggle, but it also rips the calcium out of my brain, and I have no horns, but that's, that's besides the point. 4 years, it's almost the same energy as mom saying they have eyes at the back of their head, but it's in the rear view mirror, that's true. I have telepathy. Is that me? It is you. I borrowed your, I think it's your pinned? I think your pin post? No, your live post. I borrowed your live post. And put you here. Can I just say, oh my god, this? Did you draw this? Did you render this? Did you do that? 360 surround sound, yeah. Yeah, I'm just, did you render this? This is amazing. This is such good, like, rendering. Like, holy shit. Like, I saw that and I was like, whoa. It threw me through a loop a little bit. It's really cool. Okay, don't mind me while I talk about you for the next minute or so. Design is by me, but that was a re-render by a good friend. It's really cool. It's really cohesive and it's really nice. I love your stuff. Really cool. I like it. Alright, what am I doing? I'm doing stuff. Don't mind me while I just be a stalker for a minute. Part of my day job. Part of my day job. She works in the gaming industry. I remember her peak actually. She's oh, let's go. Oh, we love people in the game industry, bro. Oh my god. 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 Their overlay though? Yo, their overlay though? The cat. There's a cat. That's awesome. I appreciate you so much. You have no idea. Of course. I mean, artists are the backbone of our community, so like more gamers. I know. I made their model. That's cool. That's heckin' cool. I like it. Very Picasso. Oh my god, this keeps scaring me. Okay. Okay, cool. So, how do I write these? How I gotta close this. No, I need that. No, never mind. You go over here. I'll deal with Minecraft later. Okay. How do I write these? This is 1, 2, 2, 1. Okay, so, I'm gonna steal this. This stunning work of art is Moon, a manticore who runs the Moonticore magical cafe. Yes. There's anything fantasy anniversary. Aha! Love the mom energy! So if you want to chill and talk, don't be pretty. Okay, I'm sorry, you have a really nice intro. Give me. Okay, is a full-time artist. It's a tavern? Okay, no, I got you. Moonticore Tavern. I got you. It's Pog that hold on, bet! It's actually really nice having the person that I'm doing the video on in my chat, because they can correct me. She, right? You have she, they, okay. Has an addiction. Anything fantasy. Very strong mom energy. Okay, this will help, but oh, god damn! How do you do this? How do you do these? I have a toy house and it. Hold on, let me. Can I follow? How does? Fuck! I forgot how this works. I have a toy house and I just follow people on it. Goading! No! No! Oh, okay, cool. The Moonticore. Okay, it could move on to a place of wonder. Ooh. Place of wonder and fun, which seems to oddly show up in the muslin. I like this. That's really nice. I like that. This is the stunning work of artist Moon, a manticore who runs the place of wonder and fun. Yeah, I like that. As a full-time artist, she has an addiction to fantasy and has very lore still slightly tweaked, but that one is the most accurate at the moment. No problem. Yeah, I usually try to write about you as a whole, so that way people can be like, ooh, who is this? And like, I love the mood board. Whoa. I like that you have little twinkly stars in the background. This is so cool. I like that you have your stats here. That is also cool. Hold on. Very strong mom energy. My brain is dying. As a full-time artist, she's an extension. Be on the lookout for. Nah, I don't want that there. At the full-time artist. Definitely be getting your fill of wonderful art, games, and more adventures. So you'll definitely have your fill of wonderful art, games, and getting your fill of wonderful art, games, and so many more adventures. Yeah. I just have to read that right. And then the next one is also one-liner. Moon often streams. Yeah, we want to say your name again. So Moon often streams on Twitch. Twitch. Often streams on Twitch. You entertained by just hanging out. Can't type, just hanging out. And by Moon offers ways to keep you entertained by creating glorious and sometimes cursed art, or simply by just hanging out. I don't think you had the displeasure of passing by. No! I want it! That's not a displeasure, that is a pleasure. I want. I my notifications on for you? I do. Yeah, I do. I'll be popping in. I want the chaos. Give me that chaos. I'm gonna be real with you. I clicked your profile, and this is the first thing I kind of noticed. So... I'm sure it'll be great. Oh goodness. When I was in the streams on Twitch, keeping you entertained by creating glorious and sometimes cursed art, or simply by just hanging out. There's a few TikToks of great moments. Fuck yeah. If we're a bit, hey, you know, as long as you're having fun, I vibe with it, you know. As long as people are having fun, it makes me happy. I just realized this is called high art. What a mood. What a mood. Be sure to swing by when the tavern's open. And check out their socials today. The stunning work of art is Moon, a manticore witch who runs the Moonticore Tavern, a place of wonder and fun. As a full-time artist, she has an addiction to anything fancy and has very strong mom energy. So you'll definitely be getting your fill of wonderful art, games, and so many more adventures. Moon often streams on Twitch, keeping you entertained by creating glorious art and sometimes glorious and sometimes cursed art, or simply by just hanging out. We love Moon, we do. Be sure to swing by their when their tavern is open and check out their socials today. Okay, I think, yeah. And then everything else is kind of explained through clippage. Oop, okay. I saw there are this is so cute, of course. Of course. I kinda like my job to see cool people, so easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay. I'm just, don't mind me while I download some of your clips. Oh. Okay, we'll do this way. Videos. Clips. Top. Oh. Okay. This one. Crack and jump scare. Do what you must. I will do my best. This one for the hanging out. This one for the. Oh, it says part of it. The art. Okay, hold on. So this is the cursed art. Video editing, highlights. Save this in here. I always get scared when it's gonna be a jump scare, and if I'm gonna see it. This one. Ooh. Ooh, I love the rigging on it. Ooh, there's rigging on the horns. That's cool. Okay, and then what else do we talk about? Moonstone Tavern. Let's see. Should get to the max. How many do I have? This is 5, so I need like 4 more clips. Okay, cool. This one would be a good one of like kind of like just chatting. Can we do 30 days? Yeah, I see that the design is different, so I want to keep it with a more recent design. So we could do. Oh, this is cool. That's a real, yeah. That's why I kind of wanted to hopefully keep it with some newer ones. Deltarune is good. Deltarune is topical. This one, give me the download link. I like your little pen. Your pen is. Ooh, I like the style of that. Dude, that's fucking awesome. Do I want to do another art or do I want to do? I kind of want another. Let's see. What is this one? Beep, click, gimme. Which is too slow. I like this. This is good. This is a good intro bit. Very eye captivating. I like it. Very pretty. We'll get some extra of the art. So I want to highlight on the art. Download. Do you like my pee? I love her pee pee. Oh, dude. I love the face. I might just add that one in just because I really like it. Because I really like that one. Okay, cool. We should have enough clips for that one. I just love that face. It was so precious. My favorite thing. This one. This is already. Oh, it's written. I have to record it. Anybody like it? Dude, it would be so famous. I'd do it. It'd be so amazing. It's already stolen my heart. I love it. Just a little guy, little scrunkle guy. My dream is to be a scrunkly guy someday. Alright, we're gonna do, I think we're gonna do 5 in China. We're gonna do a dog one. Gotta do a dog specific. I mainly only have cats in here. Oh no. Oh, we did the skipper key. Oh, you can clearly see I have a favoritism towards cats. Alright, we'll look up some dog videos. I'm gonna do some dog videos. Sunset with a sweet boy! Sunset with a sweet boy! Okay. Okay, I want this one for Happy Talk. Oh, I'm on the wrong account, so I can't do the handy dog thing. Oh, oh, oh. What the fuck? Is that real? Is this real? No, it's not real. That's crazy. Oh. 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 Little guys. I need to say again, your content great. I was looking forward. Oh, thank you. That means a lot. I work hard. While I'm not employed by typical means, this has been my favorite job of just talking about cool things and things that are cute and cool. That dog is on a swing! Hold on. This dog is on a swing! He's on a swing! I don't care. I only want this part of the dog on the swing. Oh my god. Dog on a swing. How long is that? 5 seconds? Oh shit, I'm gonna have to talk fast for that one. It's a full-time, if it's a job, if you do it that's true. That's true. This is my full-time job. This is my personal full-time job. That dog pooping? Oh, okay. For now, I must go though. See you around and see you. Thank you for stopping by. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I've gotta find more videos of dogs. Oh my god, look at this one. This dog is like just hanging out in a sunset. Is that sunset real? That's not real. Is this real? He just falls over. I don't know. I kind of want this one too. Oh, this little doggo be barking. Okay, we'll do 4 videos. I don't know if I can talk fast enough for the 5-second one though. I love dog on a swing. I want more dog on a swing. Oh, that's not real. That's like, it's not a like a thing. Oh, this makes me so happy. It's a 12-second video about the dog on a swing. Oh, it is. Oh, it's like a 6-second video. I don't really care. I kind of want it. That's amazing. Okay. Oh, these ones are so similarly vibed though, so maybe a different one. I want a different one. What is this one? Okay. Okay. Oh, he tried jump. He tried jump. What? Why did they help him? I just saw something that made me very uncomfortable. Yeah. I was gonna go look up cute dogs. Is that why? But if I just look up cute dogs. Okay. Oh. Spa days. I love animal spa days. Yes. This is a good sign, isn't it? I just realized I zoomed out of my Spotify. They have the ones where they're like dog spa day. I want ones where they're like sleeping. Oh. What is that? What is that? I want them to actually have like a spa day though. I don't like the bell. I feel like the bell would be kind of loud. Is this him when I saw? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. I don't like when the dog whines when they throw them down. It makes me. Does he? This one doesn't have a whine. That one doesn't have a whine. Do the other ones have a whine? That one didn't. The first one did. That one did. Sometimes I had to block him on Instagram. That's valid. That's valid. We can do a different one. This one looks relaxing though. Oh. Got a little rose. Oh, that dog eeping. That dog eeping. Oh, look at him. This dog was relaxed as fuck. Oh, that dog, big eeping. Got a little face mask. Oh. I'm vibing. I guess I completely dropped my first strategy because they yelled at their dog. Oh, the only time I yell at Moira is when she's on the shelf, but even then she doesn't listen to me when I yell at her. And I have to like poke her booty and be like, "Whoop, get off!" And she's like, "Oh, okay." Oh, he get a little spa. Oh, he's so eepy. It was actually really nice though. They're very careful with the dog. This one's actually really cute. I might do this one. Any other ones that I like more? That one seemed really nice though. Please do a spa day for Bobby. Bobby just existing. Bobby just even. I want to do like a cute chihuahua. We have like 2 big dogs. Do cute small dogs. That's not what I wrote. Cute small dog. Oh, it's a baby chow chow. I love baby chow. We're doing a baby chow chow video. I'm gonna invite a baby chow chow. Baby chow chow video. Oh, their name is Meadow. It's your big little teddy bear. Oh, I could care less about the guy. I just want that dog. Fuck yeah, but I dance it out. I dance in public all the time. I'm not good at dancing, but I dance in public all the time. Oh my god, it's a group of babies. Oh my god, I'm gonna be here for so long. I love chow chows. I love chow chows so much. Oh, they're so cute. Ah! Oh wait, what? Oh, big baby. Beagle baby. I kind of just want to do the ones that are just like lounging. These ones. Little bunch of little baby. Oh. Oh, he got up. He like, I don't want to nap no more. Our babies are just napping. I'm taking this one, okay. I'm borrowing this one, I should say. I'm not taking it. I'm borrowing it. They will get their. Oh, this is a page of. This is a whole page about chow chows. Wait, this is not a. It's a breeder though. It's a breeder though. I think I'm just gonna do this video. I think I'm just gonna do that. I think I'm just gonna do this video. Yeah, we're just gonna do this video. This is just about the dog. I don't really want to talk about breeders. I don't wanna. What's the... Can I find it? Can I find this one, like, the one that I had, like, the original poster of it? It was like a lab on a Labrador. Lab on a swing. Labrador dog. Yeah. That's this one. Give the Labrador vlogs. Is that what it's from? Labrador vlogs? I just want the original lab dog in swing. God, it makes me so upset that, like, sometimes these are, like, so hard to find the original, like, videos for things like this. I'm on shit today. Videos. I wonder if I could, like, search it? You know? Give me the original picture. Oh. How was your stream? How was Doom? How's it going, Havoc? How was your Monday? Did you have a good Monday? Did you have a good Monday? You cut your hair? Not really. Alright, I can grow it back. Watch. I can grow it back. It's just hot. See? It's back. It's hot today, so I want to make it look like I got short hair. But how was, please, let me know, how was Dune? I panicked. Don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic. Everything's okay. How are you doing, though? How was Dune? Tell us about it. Or if you need to get some after stream care, because I know sometimes you stream for a really long time, go get some rest. Otherwise I'm having fun. I'm addicted to the spice. Understandable. You have been playing that game for like 2 weeks. For a long amount of time, so I hope you're having fun with it. Only 7.5 hours today? Damn. Only is crazy. But I'm glad you're having fun with it, and thank you so much for the raid. If you need to, like, get up, stretch, get yourself, like, a snack or something, please feel free to. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out with us. I'm trying to find the original video of this, because I don't think I'm going to be able to find the original video of this. What? Yeah, I'm about to get some dinner. Well, enjoy your dinner. Enjoy your dinner. What is the original video of this? It's gonna make me so upset. You're in a video by Ponch. I don't know if it's their video because they have a watermark on it. Okay, well, I guess I'll just do this video, I guess. He's just vibing. He's just vibing. Okay. I really wish it wasn't cropped like that, though. Actually, can I get a version of this where it's, like, not cropped? Actually? Labrador swinging. I'll be back lurking while I cook. Have fun cooking. Have fun cooking. I see. Oh, goodness. Okay, I'll take this one. TikTok downloader. Download. I have to I'll do that in a second, as I need to do video editing. Revive and shine. So, without watermark. Good morning, Elaine. Hello, Soup. How are you doing, Soup? Having a good day, Soup? How's it going? Going good. Going good. I am just doing my video editing stuff, preparation for the day. Leave it behind. You're wearing nothing but your perfume. Oh, this video. Doing great. I'm on vacation for work. Fuck yeah. What do you plan to do with your vacation? I hope a lot of relaxation is on the docket. I had to sleep in and everything today. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm glad. I'm glad. I napped a lot this weekend, so it's a mood. And you know it. Cause I'm time. Okay, I need a picture of the dog. Nothing but your perfume. I love you. And a picture of Meadow. There you go. Okay. We dance on the edge of a knife. Da, 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 da. I want to grab some cooking food to make some tasty toasties for dinner. That's my plan for tonight. Fuck yeah! It's a good way to start out a vacation with some good, yummy food, that's for sure. I hope it's delicious. And I hope that the food that you plan on getting is at a discounted price. So that way you're not spending an arm and a leg on it. Even if you weren't planning to, you know, it's nice to have a little extra wiggle room when it comes to that kind of stuff. So I hope this stuff's on discount. July 5th, I think. It's 6th, actually. I can't read. It's the 6th. Okay, cool. You hiding? I want to do this guy first, and then this dog could be like, and if you had a rough week, then I hope the video of this little pupper taking you to the beach can cheer you up. Export. Vibe and shine. 27. 27. Save. Yee, I'm gonna make tomato, bacon, and egg and other assortment of veg toasties. It'll be my toasty mania! Fuck yeah. I don't know what... Is toasty different than just, like, normal toast? Is it different? Is it different? I don't know a lot about food, so if it is different, please let me know. No, I didn't have a rough week. It was more like the video, at the end of the video, I want to say, if the person had a tough week, then hopefully the video of the dog taking them to the beach will make them feel better, kind of thing. It's grilled cheese. Oh, yeah, fuck yeah, grilled cheese mania! Grilled cheese mania! British toast you eat with your pinky up? That's valid. That's valid. I mean, hey, man, anything with bread is good. We got dog. Dog. It's open face. It's an open face. Oh, it says it's toast. Toast and then stuff on top. Chow chow. Lab. Okay. Stated as I commented last video. I know we got a lot of cats in our vibes, but I thought it be nice to highlight on some adorable doggo. Doggies. This week we're all doggy style. I know that's weird, but you just bear with me. There we go. This week we're all doggy style as this week's theme is about adorable and great dogs that I hope cheer you up. Like this dog, just vibing on a swing. He's such a baby. Speaking of babies, look at this. How old was the baby? I think like 6 months old. Bear with you. Run away, brochacho. What do you mean? I don't know. I mean like a bear, B-A-R-E, not B-E-A-R. Or raw. Baby, look at this. Was it 8-week-old? 8-week-old chow chow that just looks like a big little teddy bear, and I want one so bad. I just wanna kiss his face. His face all. Speaking of babies, we have look at this. Speaking of babies, look at this 8-week-old chow chow that named Meadow. And they just look like a big little teddy bear, and I want one no matter what. Keep his face all over. Okay. And if you had a rough...
What's the slowest type of message you can get from a reptile? Scale meow.
Scale mail, I like it. I like it. And I feel like it's the first time someone used BLT's voice for a joke. And most of the time, it's just saying criminal stuff. And if you've had a rough week this week, hopefully this lovely lad can cheer you up. They take you to the beach. Hopefully, your new. I forgot to grab the username of the person. I like any of those videos. Yes, but that's a crime. Hey, you know, a lot of chats just criminals at the end of the day, you know, so it's alright. Dog on TikTok, hold on. I think if I just look up dog, I'll find it again. Here it is. Zebby the Golden Retriever. Easy baby, the champion, and the city. Upload a cover image. This one. I think we're good now on that. I have to be aware that I want to save a lot of videos for this coming week. So next week we can double up on scripts. Cloacas. I don't want to do that video right now. Wait, I'm missing one. This is wrong. This here, right? Yeah. True, I'm also from Australia, so that's like having criminal as a default backstory, I guess. I mean, I guess, but it's not exactly your fault that Australia was a prison state, you know? You know? It's like how babies are born innocent. In my opinion. Fuck, was I gonna do? Semi-spree. That's right, I was gonna do semi-spree. Just found a bag full of worm on a string in my home. Ooh. Well, I want to retweet that. That's funny. Wait, you can be born innocent? I gotta tell the warden then. Yeah, wrong. I was born evil and became good. I never slept. No, you were a good baby. There's been a terrible... I believe babies are innocent. Until they gain consciousness, they are innocent, in my opinion. Making me shit. Semi-spree. I'm gonna move to blue sky, but I need art. Oh, this is so cute. This is actually perfect. Oh, open recent. More. Where's my V-stars one? There it is. Forgotten. Hold on. Repeat, bitch. I'm not fine. Alright. Oh, okay. Semi spree. Export. Number 2. Rain clothes. You want kids? Well, I am mother. 16, and then section only. A plate. Save. And then after I get this done, we'll do some Minecraft. Actually, I could do it in between, actually. So let me do that in between, actually. Okay, I'm gonna lurk and try out some new Deltarune chapters, keeping amazing all. Right back at you, spoon soup. Sorry, spoon soup. Sorry. I love you, soup. Thank you for stopping by, and I hope you enjoy your Deltarune chapters. I'm sorry sorry, the mix up. Sorry, guys. Sorry. So much burping. Miles? I love their little... They got scared by the same thing. Okay, I like this one. Save. You just do all of them. They're all different. Oh, I need to change this to intro. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. Three is more of an artist. Welcome to the Beandom. I'm Spree, and I'm here to facilitate this spaces. I'm curious. Regular lore drops, a monthly art quest, sticker, and print clubs. Yeah, I think Spree. Thank you for the wellness check. I think Spree needs to actually go. Actually. This is gonna be Spree. I'm gonna move this to here for now instead. And then we will do. Sure, we'll do Rainy Mountain. And DM them real quick. And let me drink some water. If you I think Rainy is R. Okay, well before I start this, I'm going to I'm going to fix Minecraft really quick, I think. Or fix more of Minecraft, I guess I should say. Ooh, what am I on now? R's? The R's editions? Okay. And R's. R's Nouveau. R's Elemental. I just got a lung full of. Oh, are you okay? Jesus. Are you okay? That does not sound pog. Engineeristics. Ours is addition. Ours is Creos. I gotta go pee bad. Ours is Knights and Mages. Then Occultist is just this one. 98. What is the add-on for this guy? I'm a star, I'm a star. I'm good, just gonna cough for a few hours. Well, please be safe. I don't want you dying. Walk you out, dude. I have to go pee back. I'm lazy, and instead of like scrolling, I'm just seeing which ones I don't have. Maybe those. Not that either. But jumpy boats. I think those are supposed to be in there, but that's okay. I'll fix them later. Stadium. Oculus. Barrett? What the fuck? Okay, what are the new ones? 198? That means I'm missing 2. Oh, it's architecture. No, I have that one. What? This is... Yeah. Albania? What is that? Oh. Connectors extra. I have that one. Live, Coral. Maybe it didn't have one? No, that doesn't make sense. We will still say hello. Logic. Okay, open our honest. When you say that I should settle down, I wanna. So guide me. This one, this one, this one. Iceberg. Believe I have iceberg? Yeah, I do, okay. Just precious. Modonomicon. Cool. Gonna do what I like. Until the end dream and it set me free. Holy 4 gray relics. Though both of those scalable shrink. Important structure ether. Cool. Wallet. I'm just remembering something, but I think it'll be fine. 168, 193. Wait, what? What? How do we go from that number to that number, huh? What? It was 101. It would be 160 something. But I have 190? What? Citadel? Yeah, I do have Citadel. Okay, weird. Weird. Okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna keep going with these actually. Let's add Apotheosis as well. Apotheosis and Apothic Amendments. Apothic Amendments. Apothic Amendments enchanting. Then yeah. I have 204, which is weird. On cockpit of T65 X-Wing. I don't know what that is, but I believe you. I don't know what that is, but I agree. Alright, I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick. Hopefully Minecraft will load, we'll see. I'll be right back. Too specific, but they get the idea. Rebellion era X-Wing. The New Republic. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's Star Wars. Technically, the New Republic uses all three, but at the time of Episode 7. Ah, okay. I got it. I understand. Okay. I also need to move the create mod over. Okay. Comment. Move to create section. Instance, play instance. And then I need to look at. I've added stuff since then. Page 2. What? Why can't I see what I added, what I didn't add? What? Will be on the bottom. Away. You say no way. This one. Added jade. Added polymorphic. Polymorphic is just. Actually, okay, I do need to go through side by side and do this really quick. Or else I won't know. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Polymorph. Sticks. Neat. Okay. The rebels also use Vulture Droids, 795 headhunters, and are. Oh, okay. Well, I will understand this in like 5 years once I finish watching the Clone Wars series. For later. REI compact. Open up items. Oh, got it. This is a G. Okay. Open up items. Alright. Delete. I forgot we needed the coral. Okay, we'll find out. I'm gonna add just enough. Some items. Oh no, it's just enough items. Just enough items. Okay. I think I'm gonna do this differently. Duplicate. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it should have 423. Okay. Yep. Banana split. Why did this not do the thing? So let's do by name. What? Okay. I'm gonna do this, and we're gonna change the name. Astra. Actually, that's not right. Listed. Astra. Yep. Yeah, sorry, there you go. Okay. Alright, listed. So add Astra, man, plushie. Okay, chimneys. Listed. Insert mark. 82. Boop, 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 boop. Trio. Ours elemental. Artifacts. Let's take a little bit of that. Bomb. Milwaukee one. Tanya, just blow it. California, chat heads, Citadel, Coffee Light, abilities, keep the blockheads. It did crash. It looks like it crashed. Okay. I probably should do work. Because now I'm a little worried that I'm gonna get too sucked into this. So I'm gonna put this. Put these over here. Okay. You want me to be. This first one is good. Okay. This is one. I'm too fucking dumb. Hate it when I cry when it's just that time of the month. This one. So we want God, I'm a shit show tonight. I spilled the grease trap all over the floor. Oh no! Are you okay? Hope you're okay. Actually, no, this is the third one. This one. So actually, it's the last one I did. Oh, one I already did. Which means multiple things. Okay. I'm good. I just had to clean them up. It's just a rookie mistake. That's understandable. That's okay. That happens sometimes. This is that time of the moon. This one. Okay. Ooh. This one. Okay. Actually, could I do that to all of these? Maybe I don't want to actually start. Yeah, those are all good now. I don't understand why these have borders on them. They shouldn't. And then I'm too fucking clean. Trace curve. Move this one. Close that, close that. Background, this one. This. Dark blue. This one, this one. This. Boop, boop. Okie dokie. So the notes, the stat blocks. I am. Okay, no. Okay, wait. Okay. This guy. This guy. This one's this one. Color this one. This guy. And then this chart color, which would be color. But then I just made it, I think. Yeah. And then I just want to make these curves less red. I want to hue them to blue, I think. Actually, no, let's keep it like that. Yeah, save. And then we want to see an example with. Your arm itches. Okay. I want to see it with all of them. Okay, so let's take copy. Go here. Go to layers on the top and paste. And then we need to go to here. Go to the master page. Template on. Back to the bottom. Okay, so bigger. Yeah. Baby, little baby, say that maybe you've been thinking of me. Gotta love me, little baby. Set one. And then take this one. Make it a little bit bigger though. So I'd rotate it a bit more to be more even with that, but this one. What's up, Vika? What's the matter? Why are you dying? Turn all these on. Who stole your weave? Damn, Vika, what do you have against pixie cuts? What do you have against pixie cuts? I just have a little bob. I'm just a little bob. I'm a little bob today. I have to make the anchor a little shorter on that one too, okay? I'm in love with you. Little baby. Isn't anything to pull you around by? That's because you're not trying hard enough, Pookie. I have plenty of hair. Even if I have a bob, I still have plenty of hair. I have very dense hair. I want to see this one. It was me, the Midnight Bob. Get squished. So we went eBay for lane 6 fans. I don't know if I have any fans in that category, but that, yeah, sure, go for it. Yeah, like roughly like this. And one way to find out, making a Twitter post and asking. I found a VTuber. I found you in the VTuber SummerSlam collage. What? In the what? In the what? They really put me in like a collage? Because I did their stuff last year for the summertime. I didn't do it this year because I was too busy this summer. I'm gonna be doing their like Halloween one. But like, you should send it to me. I want to see. Fucking forget what's what in this. I'm like going insane. Okay. Set 2. Then set 3. He wants this one, and then 4. Okay, only 2 ways to find out. Okay, okay. Let's be like, at Twitter, does anybody have a cancer that is watch my streams? And do you want my hair? Please tell me. Oh my god. Oh, I didn't mean to. Okay. Set 4. Set 2, yep. This one goes here. This guy goes up here. Alright, set 4. We're gonna have it with all of this stuff. As an example. So set 1. 1. Oh shit, what the fuck? You found me in this? Oh shit, there! Holy shit, what the fuck? How'd you find me in that? That's crazy. Can I see any? There's Big Nose Bug! Fuck, God damn, there's a lot of people in this. Oh, there's Gordy! Look, there's Gordy right there. God damn. There's a lot of people in this. There's Gordy again. Gordy's in here twice. Maybe I'm in here twice? Hi, Kiwi! Hi, Kiwi! Hi. Hi. I think that's Sugar Baby. I think. When you didn't realize the queen of your sultry music, Tosh Altana, had a new album? That's crazy. Did you not get it done? Did you not get it done? There's Gordy again! Dude, Gordy's in here 3 times. That's crazy! Gordy's in here 3 times! What the fuck? Why is he in here like 3 times? Has he done it 3 times? Is that why? I can't believe I found Gordy 3 times. There's me. God damn. This is a lot. This is a lot. Whoever did this put so much effort into this. I'm so proud. I wasn't feeling great and my family dragged me away to watch Squid Games yesterday. Valid. But a deal is a deal. I mean, I feel bad for punishing you for something that, like, you know, your family needed you for stuff. That wasn't exactly your plan. The fuck? Oh, shit. I did this wrong. Oops. What the fuck have I done? Go away. Current page. Export. 2. Punishment is mine, you simply get a reward. I guess. Control Shift E. Control Shift E. Oh, okay. My fingers are getting confused. 1.1. 3. Alright, well, I'll DM you. If you still want to do it, I can DM you. Because I've had a few thoughts about what could be conducive for not only... Technically, okay, so the idea I had, it's not, I don't know if you would, if you prefer me DM you, I can DM you. You need to embrace your Karen with that haircut. I want to speak to your manager. I'm not mad, I just want to tell them they're doing a good job. I think they're all different. I'm gonna look at them and they're all the same and I'm gonna cry. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay. Where's your manager? Kiwi? I just want you to know that you're doing a great job. Can you technically be my manager? I thought I was your little sister. A little sister can manage you and stuff. I don't know. I'll be whatever you want me to be. Thank you for the lurk, Micah. Okay, if you're embracing your Karen, let me practice my customer service. Lick my fat nuts. That was really good. Really good job. Good job for standing up for yourself. That's the biggest thing. Really proud of you for standing up for yourself, actually. I already forgot what I was doing, to be honest. Oh, right. This is what I'm doing. One art of Rainy, I think. Actually, can I get the art that I used for, let's do it this way. My brain. Okay, my to-do list for today is, good lord, I'm gonna write it here, daily to-do. Enshrined stoof, which I think I just did all the enshrined stoof, but I don't know. Why is this so big? Oh, maybe I can just make this smaller. Or actually, no, I could just back this up, because this doesn't... There you go. And then just make this smaller. 6. And then script videos, and then record scripts, and then fix Minecraft is my plan for today. I don't think we're gonna do any art. I think today's gonna be a fix Minecraft server day. My brain. Gotta go back to VTuber Bridal. I think she was one of the 2021. June. April. Oh god, what month were they? Were they not? Actually, Coca-Cola. Oh no, there they are. They're right here. I found them. No! Doesn't fit. I'm gonna make it fit. Oh, it's like pixelated though. Fuck. Hold on. Can I just download it from the repertoire it came from and then go about it that way? I could do it that way. Oh, this is cute. Oh, it's square though. Fuck. This is cute though. That's a really cute picture though. This wouldn't happen to fit perfectly in here, would it? This wouldn't happen to fit perfectly in here, would it? By any chance? Any chance? It kind of does. It kind of works really well though. That's what Rainy's eyes still look like. Yes, it does. I want a different one too. One that's like a little bit more zoomed out. Rainy's actually really pretty too. Well, that one's cute. This one's more zoomed out. Maybe this one will work better. I wish it was like more up here and you could see more of a lower half, honestly. I kind of want to do it of their mom. If I can. If I can. That's cute. Scrolling. I like that, but the background will be stonks. And I don't know, I don't think I'd want to do that. This one's cute. Small though. God darn it, Rainy. Like, they have so many, like, images. I was like, I just need one. I just need one. Rainy. Maybe they have one here. Wait. Oh. This one could work. Something from there could work. This is cute. What about this one? Oh. I zoomed out enough, but. For a sign from God. Oh, how you really here to cut me off. Cause these days I would be lying if I told you that. I don't want to do this one. I think this one will work fine. Paper go fast. 16. Which was 16. Something you do. Let's save. And then now we get the clips. Oh wait, maybe not. Maybe that won't be. Oh. That one's really cute. Like, actually, that's a really cute introduction, honestly. I actually kind of want to do that one, I think. Intro, I think. Want to see me again. Stay. Stay. This one. Let's do. Okay, now let's do top 30 days. And then. Let's step back from that ledge, my friend. But what of all the lies that you've been living in? I want to see me again. I went to the hard apocalypse one actually. And then it's 9, and then I went on the hard apocalypse. Actually, they're not doing anything. Did you hear about Giga and Zen left? Which one's Giga? I knew Zen did, but I don't know who Giga is. Is she the... No. I don't know who Giga is. I don't know that one. I don't remember that one. I didn't even close that. That lovely introduction comes from the ever, magical, rainy, they not only sparkle like a shining star in our VTuber community, but also are ever inspiring and encouraging those around them. They have a cosplay of their own VTuber that they wear to conventions and a bunch of others. When they stream on Twitch, they do a variety of just chatting, silly, funny games with their friends, even. The one with the eye patch, Porcelain Maid has a joke with her that they're ex-husband and wife. Okay, hold on, I gotta look this up now. Giga? I did not know of this one. I did not know of this person at all. Damn, that's crazy. I thought I would have, like, because I knew of Hime, I think? Hime? Which is... Oh, yeah, okay. This one? No, this one. Okay, I didn't know... This is K9. I didn't know this one. I don't know this one, and I don't know this one, and I don't know this one, and I don't know this one. This is Henya. This is K-san. This is Michi. This is Haruka. Iron Mouse, Fruit, don't know, K9. Project Melodies, and Treya, Hime, I think, and Amelie. So, I think I know most of them. I think. It's hard to keep up with them all, I'm gonna be honest. When they stream, they do a variety of just chatting, silly and fun games with their friends. Just chatting and silly and fun games with friends. This ever inspiring and encouraging VTuber model. Is it like their 3D model? Rules about me, credits, main 3D model by well, this main 3D model was created by and then I want pictures. So I know they have a picture of them in their cosplay, actually. Save. Save. Well, then I need Okuda. Save, okay. That's just another hardy man. I guess both of them wanted to go in direction with projects that the company wouldn't be much help with, like mainly, like directly making their own merch. That's valid. I guess that's valid. Yeah. I don't know a lot about it and whether that's valid or not because I am a baby. I am baby. Cosplay. I am just baby VTuber. Going rainy for a while. I can't feel inspired every see their content. Sunshine and our family. Okie dokie. This. I guess though for them, I guess it must have been easier to go out with someone than go out alone, I guess. Which makes sense. Alright. Fun fact about cloaca. A cloaca is a common opening for digestive, urinary, and reproductive. This means what? The waste product. Monotracks? These are unique metal panels that I cannot understand. Oh! You know that some animals can sheath their private parts like a sword? I wonder. I don't know what image is gonna come up if I look up cloaca. I'm gonna hide my screen in case it's not nice. Cloaca. Okay. I don't think I spelled that clo. No, I did. She. What if I did like a bag? No, like a door? A door, right? A door. Let's. Then I flip the door. Oh, I flip the door. And then try organ. Organ. Hmm. Alright, what if I did this? Rotate it. Put them to that. I don't think this works. Do like this. And now the position to front. Nope, I kinda wanted. Nope. Okay, what if I did like a ball? Okay, we have two balls. Two balls. And then shy. There's a face. There was a face in here, this one. Push into front. Balloon. Okay, I don't know if this will work. Too bad. And then flip it. Maybe now the balls are too big. Make the balls smaller. No. No. Okay, and then this guy goes here. Let's do the door back a little bit. This graphic's not gonna make any sense. I don't really care. Current page. Did you know? So 5. Yeah, sure. Okay. Several different species of animals such as amphibians, feature on them. Cloacas. They are called cloacas. And they are a singular exit hole for all bodily waste in an animal. Not all animals have these, but species that do would be reptiles, birds, and monotremous. Why is it? How is it different? Some animals use this sometimes aquatic turtles can actually breathe underwater using. What? Why do animals have cloacas? Have an orifice from which they. Why though? Why? Structure occurs in many reptiles, most of the time. Why? This is not telling me why. No. Shut the fuck up. Why do animals have cloacas? Animals have cloacas in an effective evolutionary solution for handling multiple biological functions, streak and reproduction, egg laying through a single opening. There's a breakdown of why. Why? Evolution simplicity. Early vertebrates evolved with a cloaca, and the structure was inherited by this. It just simplifies the body design. Mammals. animals that evolved with this feature only did so for simplicity of, what was it? What'd they say? Simplicity of body design. However, some animals use them in very interesting ways. For example, what was the thing now? Because certain types of aquatic creatures can actually breathe underwater using their cloaca. They pump water into special pouches inside their cloaca. Okay. For example, certain types of aquatic turtles can actually breathe underwater using their cloaca. So next time you get hit in the balls. So maybe next time you get hit in the balls, question why humanity didn't evolve for having a cloaca instead. You know on the on cloacas, yeah, dude. Yeah, cloacas are cool. They're weird, but they're cool. And then I need this one. Boop 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 5. Yep. Delete this guy. Okay, what happened in the archive? It's okay. Don't worry about it. I got there in the end. I got there in the end. I honestly didn't know animals had cloacas until like 2 years ago when I asked my friends a series of, does this animal have it? Does X animal have a P? Fun fact, cloaca animals evolution. G? Yes? Let's do a bird diagram. Like a scientific one. Actually, let's do a platypus diagram. Organs. What? Okay, fish diet. Organ diet. Holy fuck, what a shift. But hey, now I'm off for 2 days. Fuck yeah! And you can just buy it for 2 days. Take all the naps you want. I want, like... Yeah, I guess it's kind of like this. Save image. Oh, it's an SVG. Is this one? WebP, oh my. Sure, I'll take the WebP one. Okay. that some animals can sheath their private parts. I need this one. Do you know that there's a dish that's just fish spunk? Ew! Really? Ew. Ew, what's it called? I wanna talk. Videos. I just want a video of someone sheathing their sword. I want a video of someone sheathing their sword. I'll take this video and I'll just reverse it. I'll take this video and I'll reverse. What else did I say? Cloacas. They are called cloacas, and animals like can sheath their private parts like a sword. Cloacas. They are called cloacas. They're called They are called cloacas and have a singular exit hole for all bodily waste in an animal. Not all animals. Milt. Oh yeah, milt. Milt. Oh yeah. I know what milt is. I didn't know that people eat it though. Alright, shrimp ganglions. Food that makes Adderall. Okay, so that's and then we'll talk about milt. Because that's like, well no, we should talk about milt and then shrimp ganglions, because shrimp ganglions are not that crazy. Should be like amphibians, so now I just need pictures of amphibians. There are more recipes than I thought. Ew. Oh, fuck. I don't know how to spell amphibians. Amphibian. I want a photo. I want this guy. I want an axolotl. I started to eat while watching. Yeah, I don't know what you're doing. But that's okay. A frog. And a frog. A frog. And then I need... what's these? Reptiles? So, this guy. This guy's cool. This guy's cool. I like him. Correct. Alligator. Alligator. Okay. And then birds. Birds. This guy. I want this guy. This guy's very pretty. This is a very pretty picture actually of a red cardinal. I'm pretty sure that's what this bird is. Barbie. I want 2 animals per, just as Noah would do in the Ark. Okay, and then monotremys, which are platypuses and something else, and echidnas. That's right. Axolotls are only native to one lake. All others are bred as pets or for aquariums. Really? They're that like exclusive? I didn't know that. I did not know that. Platypus babies. Platypus babies. Platypus babies. They're so squish. Oh my goodness. I love them. Okay. Monotremous and the feature. I just want the word feature. Okay, no, I'm so doing this. It's like a phone fucking thing. Yeah, you give me that. Feature is however, some animals use these in the image for it. Simplicity inside, however, some animals use this in very interesting ways. For full video. turtle. The kid now reminds me that Magic the Gathering is coming out with a line of Sonic cards. Oh, goodness, really? I wonder how many people will buy those. I'm sure a lot. Certainly they're breathing their water using their cloaca. And then add another one. I want a turtle, like, peeking head out from water. Yes. Yes, this is perfect. Okay, cool. So next time you get hit in the balls, you can question why humanity didn't kicked. Hurt. Man in pain. I want this one. This old guy just seething about how he got kicked in the balls and why humanity didn't claim cloacas. They'd probably be sold out in minutes. Oh, I'm sure. Considering how it was when I worked at the movie theaters and they had, fucking Sonic, the first Sonic movie playing, yeah. It's hard for me to find to get you out of my head. It's a kiss and love her. That girl is poison. Oh, don't. This is, video. Poison, 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 poison. Also, do you know flamingos are pink because of their diet? It's the same as salmon. Yeah, it's because of the krill and stuff. Because of the krill and stuff. Oh, I should talk about the burb that drink blood. There's a bird that drinks blood and is like is red because of that. What's it called? Bird that drinks. What's it called? Is it the vampire groundfinch? It might be that one. Yeah, there's a bird that drinks blood. This guy. And their little beaks are red because they drink blood all the time. It's really weird. Oh, these are not videos. These are, vids. And then that should be fine, because I don't think I'll need... The other things I'll take are going to be, like, clips and memes, so... I'm not surprised since even butterflies drink blood. Oh, they do? I didn't know that. Alright, we're gonna play either a good game or a bad game. We're gonna find out. Renovator? Bus Flipper Simulator. I think this is the game that we have. I think this is the game that we have the demo for. Yeah, it is cool. Oh, let me download it. Let me download it so we can play it. Oh, this has a cat. It has a cat in it. File, open recent, more. And we're gonna play that. I think I got the. It's hard for me to find. Get it out of my head. Mr. Kiss, I love her. Oh, you gotta get the cat in the picture. It's either gonna be good or bad. And we're gonna find out. And we'll talk about it. I have a list of cool plants and some gems for world building and stuff if you want any of them. Yeah, I do. Because I might model one. Who knows? Oh, also, I need a... I'll talk to you about the thing. Why isn't it doing the thing? Rename. RF underscore 34 underscore bus flipper, I think it's called. Save, close. I really like the dragon's blood tree. What the fuck? This is cool as fuck. I need the store page for this actually really quick. Store. Oh shit, this thing? This thing's cool. This thing's cool. Yeah, it's a tree that bleeds. The tree that bleeds. Seeing the underside of it fucking kind of freaks me out. It's kind of creepy. But it's cool. Alright, let's see how fun or not fun this is going to be. I'm gonna give me the video. Give me the video. Oh, thanks. Project Zima. Who's their publishing company? Project Zima? Library. Project Zima store page. Publisher. Fish Hunters. Oh, they did Static Dread though. Actually, that's kind of good though. If they did Static Dread, because Static Dread was actually good though. Okie dokie, let's play the bus flipper simulator. And then write the script about it, and then do something else, I guess. I think I have enshrined stuff done for today. I just got an idea for a tree based on how bones are structured, and I call it the Iron Silk Tree. Oh, that sounds fucking sick. That sounds like fucking. That sounds cool as fuck. That sounds like some Elden Ring ass shit, man. That's cool. That's cool. I like it. Alright. I have to. No. No. Oh god. Okay, hold on. Oh no. It does the thing. It's house flipper style? Okay. Yeah, display English. Can I have full screen windowed? Oh, no, full screen windowed. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm just gonna turn this on. Is it off? Put this in game. Oh god, why is this piece on? Motion blur on. I need to go check the sushi bake. If it, have fun checking if the sushi bake is good. Okay, I think this is good now. I'll have a slug on my tit. I didn't realize I had a slug on my butt. Okay. Are you sure you want to delete? Yes, I don't even have progress. It was a very nice rendering. A very quiet game. Wow. Wow, this is a really nice intro. Wow.
I've been around them most of my life.
Wow.
I seen rigs out there baking dry in desert heat, and way up high, standing tough where most won't go. I seen river rats, sand cruisers, field trippers, and the kind of rust buckets you wouldn't even touch.
I actually quite like the, what the fuck is this, Call of Duty?
Got a story worth
I don't know that map.
so I make sure it keeps going.
This actually isn't like cinematically. This is the quality of this intro is insane.
Some need guts. Others, a whole new heart.
He looks like a really old man mercer.
Then one day, you see them breathe again.
Oh, this is cute.
Let me tell you, that's a darn good feeling.
Sammy? Sammy boy, you're not gonna believe what I just laid my eyes on.
Huh?
That's little beast we've been jawing about.
This is a bus flipper simulator. I have a slug on my tit. I did. I had a slug on my tit. I didn't realize.
Boots on and head this way, 'cause this one
The cinematics of this intro go hard. What the fuck? For like a game, like a simulator game? I'm afraid that they put all their demo budget into this. But we'll see. I mean, it looks somewhat promising from what I saw, so...
So, you there already? Nice. Go on.
I don't know if I... Hold on. Hold on. There's something I didn't check about this game. Hold on. Immediately I saw it as... Hold on. It was done. Nice. Okay. Wait, what? But... Oh, some people... Oh, someone didn't like it. Okay. Well, I'm gonna make my own opinion, so... okay, there's no mention of AI being used, so... Talk to the seller. I bet they hired outsourced studio for that, and it has nothing in relation to the game. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, the game doesn't look bad. Condition is mediocre, space is small, custom and barred it. Ah, I did it. Bye.
I picked up all the
I have the camper van demo, and I'm excited to try it. It's really fun. I really like that one. Okay, this game is, like, really quiet. Okay, cool, but... What are my settings? This game is really quiet, though. What the fuck? Streamer mode on? What does that mean? Oh, it's probably for the music. Game is so quiet. Okay, well, okay. Unfortunately, it's just a bit quiet, but that's fine, I guess. Get back in your bus and get home. Okay. I mean, the game doesn't look bad. Shadows are a bit black, but... I mean...
Alright, let's get to it. Start by cleaning up all the junk and grime.
Okay. Here are a few things you should know. Different tasks require different tools. To open the tool menu, use right click. Trouble finding the last piece of trash, press Q to activate task sense. Okay, so I gotta clean stuff up. Ooh! I do like this. This is satisfying. Any more trash? This is that picking up that trash, that was very nice. Cleaning. Oh, I throw this away in here. Oh. Oh. Okay. Do I gotta clean the outside too? At least the cleaning animations are pretty satisfying. I don't really care about the clipping, I get it. Some things are hard to just not make it clip. Is it just me, or is there a lot of indie games in demo limbo? It's because of how Steam set up marketing on Steam for indie games, yeah. Yup. Yup. Also, I'm too poor to buy a bunch of games. So a lot of the games we're playing are demos because, I can't afford to buy a bunch of games. So we are at the courtesy of the devs giving us a key to their games, their demos. To be fair, a lot of the keys are just demos.
Just throw in the furniture and we're good to go.
Okay, so do I get a decorate? Already got a buyer lined up for something.
I got some photos with makeover ideas. They're on the table. You can take
them. Oh.
But if something feels off, trust your gut and switch it up.
Okay, cool. So use hands tool and press R to select the placement tool. Place available object inside the bus. Press C if you want to customize the item. Oh. Okay. So now we press R. There. What's there? If you get enough wishlets to get featured on the main page and shit, so people put up anything in the hopes that they go viral. With all the crash gap. Yep, this is true. This will go... kind of like the clicking. I kind of like this grid system. This grid system is nice. Is this a little too low? That's a little too... Let's do it like... Oh god, the chairs. I think... Okay, so we want a chair here. No, not your seaweed! Not your seaweed. Oh, this is like a small ass... This is a small ass table. What is... What? Yeah, this should go like this. No, it should go the other way. There we go. Trash bin? We have no room. Oh, wait, just a trash bin could go here. We want a little rug. I would prefer the rug be here. Honestly. And so pillows. Put that pillow there. Put this pillow here. Not sure if we're not having a budget yet. This, no, I don't want that to go there because like that has like no room there. can go here. And then the radio can go here. I like the radio. It's like a communal place where you just sit down and put the TV there. That's like actually a terrible spot for a TV, actually. This guy can go right here. And then the kettle goes on there. And you get cups. Put the cups. You can't place them in the sink. You can place them in the sink. First aid kit should go up here. Nice. When do I get to buy my own stuff? When do I get to pick what goes in it?
Looking sharp.
Sorry, that must have been long.
The buyer should be pulling in any minute now.
Okay. Talk to the buyer at the van. Oh. Hello. You just brought. Oh, I guess it makes sense. You have a taxi. Yeah. Oh, I made so much money.
Nice.
16,000. Let's go.
Opening up soon. So we just need a bit more cash. You're up for a side hustle?
Yeah, give me a side hustle, dude. Get to the laptop. Okay. Very house simulator. Oh, I like ours. It's not very like detailed or anything, but that guy looks like the porn guy. I got an old RV. Hello, my friend. I just got an old bus. It's messy inside. Looks like somebody has a chemical experiment. This is the RV from Breaking Bad. They're giving me the RV. This is the. Have bullet holes? No, I don't. I'm pretty sure this is the van looks like a mini money transport van. It does, doesn't it? Fucking. That's funny. That's funny that this is the fucking. This is the, like, I feel like a joke to the Breaking Bad van, which I'm pretty sure this is. Can you break that? Oh, is there gonna be stuff in here? Is there stuff in here? I mean, that's one way to get me to like something, is to start out with, like almost like an Easter egg to, like something, like a pop culture reference. Whoop. Whoop-ha! Whoop-ha! I love break stuff. The breaking is actually quite satisfying, actually. Okay, I broke everything. Look, there's a science thing. Yo, this is so supposed to be... this is so supposed to be the fucking, Breaking Bad trailer. I quite like that. That's how to get me on board fast. Just make all your demos a reference to something else. God damn. Dude, this shit's expensive. Some of that shit was expensive.
Kids these days.
Kids these days. That's crazy. Like, I'm sure these beakers are pretty expensive, to be honest. I feel like we could, sell those. But yeah, throwing that away is fine, I guess. I mean, to be fair, if they were making... What is that? What was that? There's a thing there. Is that all the trash? I think that's all the trash. Oh no, these are trash. I think that's all the trash thing. Oh nope, this one. Okay. What is this? Blue sky inside a specialized tray. Life frames of vivid blue crystal resembling candy, but with a sharp chemical smell. Is someone trying to craft something perfectly pure? Take it. That's awesome. That makes me really happy. I already like this team. I like it. I like it. Picasso. Oh, fuck, I missed. I only know a handful of famous Vans, Campers, Breaking Bread, Grimm, Scooby-Doo, National Lampoon. Yeah, like, they don't have to do, like, a lot of, like, references, but I feel like, you know, they could have something. They could have something here. You know? Like, I think they could have something. Alright, let's clean it on up. Am I gonna, like, take out all, like, the old furniture and stuff, or the footprint? I'm gonna vacuum? I'm gonna vacuum? Ew. Ew, why is it green? There's a bunch of shit we gotta clean in here. I wonder if we'll be able to upgrade, like, how fast we clean and stuff. Speaking of, we just leveled up. There's a footprint. Clean that up. Clean all this up. I got... Those are fuck feet! Those are fucking feet! Those are fucking feet! Oh my god, clean that up. Clean that up. Oh my god, the handprints! Someone will fucking in this truck. Someone be fucking in this truck. I have to clean it up? Oh, this guy's paying a whole fuck ton of money. I'm not only covering a crime, I'm also covering a fuck truck? Are you kidding me? A fuck truck as well? Those were fuck feet. Those were fuck feet, man. What the fuck? That's crazy. That's crazy. What is this? Ew. Ew. I feel like this is like a biohazard now. I know the cast wants a reboot because the show got oh damn. I don't know anything about Grimm's, but I can understand the heartache of wanting a show to be rebooted because it got canceled. Anything on the side? Yeah. Put it right there. Actually, I don't actually know if that's... I'm sure it's not the worst that happened in this van. Maybe. I don't see any blood. Cute. Oh, there you go. Great work. You have completed your first job. To finish it and earn a reward. Oh, that was it? I don't get a, oh. That's crazy. I don't really want this. Like, I'm kind of, like, I've never really liked before and after videos. Like, whatever to me, personally. But I get it. It's, like, satisfying to see for a lot of people. Thanks for the lurk. Have good workies. I really wish you could kind of, like, skip this. But I like it. I like it so far. I like it. Hot collectible item, blue sky. I wonder, the first one was too small to have a collectible item, I think.
How about we fix up our place a bit?
Yeah, you got it, Bobby.
And the customers, they'll get the right vibe too.
Okay. What do you want me to do? What am I doing? Electrical panel, fresh water tank, a drainage tank. Check the laptop. Perks? Ooh, I have 2 points. Trash collecting area. Faster trash collecting. I want a better sponge. Cheaper buys, no cell fines. What the fuck? Yeah, I want that one. What the fuck? I wanna upgrade. I wanna make my bed. Where's my bed? Furniture bed. I have a better bed, an army bed. Oh, these beds suck. Oh, these beds, they suck. I want, ooh. Oh my god, it's like a viewer space. I bought it. How do I want it. How do I put it down? Oh, I don't think I have I think I just bought it for no reason. Okay, well. Hey, buddy, I've heard you're a bus flipper enjoyer now. I have a bus, and I think it's time to sell the old crap and buy some furniture so I can use it as a common place of solitude. Fuck yeah! I wonder if they'll give me
right-hand
this stuff?
drive. Now that's a twist.
Oh. I guess? Oh, okay. I gotta clean up first. This is pretty clean, actually. Is there dirt on the... Oh, no, there's dirt right here. Is there dirt on the outside? I'm presuming the last bit's gonna be on the outside. I am a liar. It's somewhere on the inside. There better be no fucking feet. There better be no fucking feet in here. Where's the... Oh, is it on the ceiling? Oh, it is on the ceiling. Boop. Alright, now we want to sell objects. Sell objects. Bus lamp? Is this a bus lamp? Bus speaker? Bus lamp, bus speaker? Are they out here? No, they're not. Bus lamp? What lamp? Oh. That thing. Oh, they're on the... Oh. Yeah, I guess this makes sense. Plus that. And then, don't you want me... I could take out this trash. Take this trash out for you. Boop. Fuck yeah. Alright, can I do it from the bus? Oops. Yeah. Fuck yeah. One more? What unk? Oh, I was short. I don't know, this is kind of a busybody game that I would like, I think. At least so far. Yeah. Okay. And now this guy. Which they want the sink, and this, and then the fridge, and then this, and then this here, and that there, and then they want one of these. I would not do it like this personally, but you know what? This isn't my van. This ain't my van. I ain't gonna tell them how to do it. We'll start getting to collect the custom vans. I'll tell them how to do it. Coffee machine. Little cup. Little cup here, there. Little kettle underneath the stove. Microwave. A kick here. A door to your bathroom. A chair for your chair needs. Alright. Shift F. Yep. I honestly also think that they kind of like low res the initial images and then up res it a little bit. Yeah, they do when they're showing you like the final product, so it's even more like satisfying, which I think is interesting. Oh, there was a collectible item? I didn't get the collectible item.
Semi-bus market is life. Time to score a few sweet deals.
I didn't get the collectible. What's this? Should I go over here? Ooh.
Now that's more like it.
Ooh. Look at, I want all of these. Whoop-ah. Yippee. Alright, what's next? Oh god, it's this guy. I want to move in. Thank you very much. I really want to move in. I need your help with the tiling and plumbing. Oh, okay. Perks. Ooh, I have another perk. This one. Bus sale? Oh, we can just buy buses? I need an apocalypse story of a family that was on vacation in their state of art luxury camper when things went down. That would be cool. What am I doing here? Do I want to buy one of these buses? I kind of want to buy this one. This one's small and cute. Hello. I'll bargain for it. Thank you. I don't know why I bought it, but I did. Alright, new butts purchased. Alright. And then I'll deal with the cocaine guy later. Or crack guy later. Scrub it on up. I received a new message for the laptop. I'm busy right now. I'm cleaning up this new van I just bought. Oh, I think he's all clean now. Oh, no, he's not. There we go. Alright. Can I do, like, 2 missions at once? As a mobile store? It would be. Begin job?
Johnny, huh?
Don't forget, if we're getting free
Looks real familiar.
Oh, right.
But from where?
Alright. Give me these. Alright, so he wants connected. The plumbing connection mode. Each consumer must be connected to a fresh water tank and a drainage tank to disconnect all pipes. So this needs to be connected to this. This needs to be connected to this. Okie dokie. And now I go here. In the stalling surfaces on the yellow highlighted areas, prestige is like the type of snapping X to finish the veil. Oh. You really want to do this? Like this tile? I just feel like white tile doesn't really go with this, but you know what? You can do him. Where else do you want this? Oh, you want this in here too? You want your walls to match your floors? Okay. Wait, were there different ones? Did you want a different one on your... No, you didn't. I was hoping that you did, but you did not. Disappoint me, son. What once was a beautiful crack den now becomes a somewhat okay thing. It's only once? Okay. Is there no secrets? Is there a collectible in this one? I don't think it was. Yes. Look, they're gonna upres it. Look at that, you see the reflection? That's crazy that they upres the picture. I love how you got distracted and missed the game commenting on Johnny looking familiar. No, I meant, oh, there was a collectible item. I mentioned it earlier. He looks like a porn guy.
Check the laptop.
Looks like a porn guy, doesn't he?
Challenges. Make a few bucks. Maybe even win something special.
Clean bus? Okay. I just clicked it, I didn't read it. Am I supposed to do this in like a time frame? And then let's do the outside wash. That's it for the outside. We gotta break this down. Break! Break it. Break it. Break it all. Oh, I gotta clean the feet. Fucking, god damn it. Johnny Sins, the man with 1,000 careers. Yeah. I think that's what it's referencing, which I like a lot. Oh, I gotta clean the feet fucking thing again. Oh my god, I have to be so fast about this. I should have upgraded more. Alright. I think that's all the... Almost. What's left? There's something that's left. Oh, the cup! And then clean. Clean it. Clean the fucking feet. And hands. And the ejaculation counter. Floor, the other feet. Gotta get an A rank on this, chaps. I believe. I think there's more outside that I think that I need. Nothing here. There's this one. Yeah, it's this. And then what else did I miss? Oh, I didn't get all the feet fucking? Oh, this one. Woo! You know there's speed cleaning? There are? That I've seen like speed laundry folding. But I think that's it. Got an A. Wait, tab. I want more. Unlock. Alright, Johnny, just the final touch. Let's do this one. Alright, you got this. I got this. Alright, we're gonna... let's connect the kitchen plumbing first. That's all connected. Oh, wait, do I have to get the things in here first, actually? I think I do. He wants a double drawer and this, and then he wants. There we go. And then one seat to match the other seat. This seat. This guy. And a picture frame here. Go, and then I'm presuming your kettle on here. This, I'm actually gonna put this up here, my guy. Actually, no, it has a built-in radio. What am I doing? Put this in here. Jam to some music while you cook. Coffee maker. Coffee cup. More coffee cups. Where the oh, that's supposed to go there, okay. How the fuck is this supposed to go? Oh, this goes in here. Oh, my bad. You want what? You want this here? Yeah, I guess so. Oh, there's more room here than I thought. And then the toilet. And then the toilet. And the toilet. And then your sink. And your little shower. Why can't it be placed here? There we go. And your bed. How do you want your bed positioned, sir? I'm gonna face it this way. And fluffed up pillows. And then you want that there. That's a TV. Wow, that's an old TV, Johnny. You couldn't. Ooh, it's not a waterbed, so true. And then you wanted a door. You want another door. And then I gotta assemble stuff. Oh, I see. Ooh. Yippee! Alright, that room's done. I think. Oddly basic and involved at the same time. Yeah, which I like. I like that a lot. Bathroom door, monitor. Oh, I have to do this guy. It's just like in, I think House Flipper is the same. Of like, this like simplicity, but still like doing stuff kind of thing. But the other one just kind of has it, you do it until it stops, whereas this one, it's like best if you do it until the green point. Which I kind of like more. They could make their UI a bit slicker, though. I do like that you can overscrew it in, because you could overscrew this kind of stuff. More minigame-esque? Yeah, I like minigames. Alright, that's good. And then I want to connect the plumbing. Boop. 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 And then boop, 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 boop. And then I gotta fix up the wall drawer in the kitchen. Let's do the kitchen. I like it. Very simple but fun. Simple but satisfying, honestly. I think I know how I'm gonna intro, like, the next... the video for this is gonna be like, do you ever wish you could have a house on wheels, but never really could afford it? Well, why don't you try this game out? You can do that without spending the millions of dollars. I can't believe this Johnny couldn't finish this himself, though. Look at that master bedroom. Great for fucking... Oh my god, is there gonna be a collectible in this one? There was a collectible in this one? Oh my god, I really have to go, like, through it. And the more convenient video games logic for IRL would be everything can be a one-person job. Yeah. Is that everything? Oh no, there was, like, other stuff I could do, right? Electrical needed. And get my next perk. Challenge. Item licenses. Buy licenses for new sets of items. Interesting. Okay. Wait, so what do I do with this thing? Can I just, like, make it, like, a cute little space or something? R. Selling tool garbage. I want to sell this. Get out of here. And can I buy stuff? Cabinets, bathroom, furniture. Cozy bench. Sofa L. Oh. Hi, fruit bat! Ooh. I don't like that, but yeah. Green fabric. I like this one. Oh, you can only have it like that? Oh, you can't. What do you mean I can't do it like that? It makes sense, like a real contract, the client pays for a completed job and you take on smaller projects to afford overhead into the bigger ones. Yeah. Yeah. I guess. I want to put like a bed there. I put like a bed here? No? Yeah, I can't put a bed there. What about this one? What do you mean I can't, like... What do you mean I can't put them there? I want to put them there, like... What about a leather sofa? Let me buy a leather sofa and put it right there. No? What about a foldable sofa? No? Okay. Maybe we can put... Oh, okay, that sofa's too big. Okay, what about... Okay, bring back, like... Yeah, platform. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, can't you get, like, a platform to put on the bed? That's kind of how it works. French bench. That's what we had. Do they have the big table? Square table? Working table? Table. The wheels, well, are in the way, but it'd be a good... I know, that's what I'm saying. I think it's silly that they don't let us do that. Remember? Leather couch. Yeah, let's get a leather couch in here. Bye. It's too big! But... sofa, this one? Oh, we can, like, change the base of it. Let's do that one. Fabric, let's do leather. I wanted this one. Oh, but it's like too small for two. Okay, let's get the normal sofa then. I want the dark one. Yeah, I think this could fit like two. You need a van renovation. Do I? Yeah, I love van renovation TikToks. No, what do you mean it doesn't fit? Should about piss me off, man. A couple who did a school bus. Yeah, I've seen a few of those. Oh fuck this! I don't wanna. What do you mean? I get to get. What do you mean? I'm so happy you're still staring. I thought you would miss because of my double shit. No problem. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a little while longer. It doesn't fit. What about cozy bench? A bench could like kind of fit there. Like, let's take this guy and move them. And then like like the bench here instead. I can't believe that we can't have what I want. So sad. Yeah, you literally can only put those there. That makes me so sad. Okay, can I sell this? I don't want this van. I don't want this van anymore. I don't want this van anymore. What do you mean? It's too big? That's how they work, though. What the helly? What the hellia? Like, what? That's such a small amount of chair, man. Who's gonna want to fit in that? Buy some of these. Actually, no, let's buy some normal shit. Nope. This one. Bye. We're gonna put these, like, here. There we go. Can we sell this now? But, like... a wall TV. We'll put a wall TV right here. What do you mean I can't put it there? What do you mean? Alright, I'm putting it there. You can sit on the floor. You can sit on the floor and watch it. Oh, I can turn it on! What the fuck? I didn't know I could turn it on. Thank you for the head pat fruit, but I'm glad you're here too. Buy a radio. I have rugs. Are there rugs in this? Carpet. Back. Give me that carpet. Oh, the carpet should go here, because when you track dirty shoes in and stuff. And then let's get a trash can. Put it there. And then... painting? I don't think we have room for a painting. I'm back. How's the gaming? The gaming is good. I want to sell this now. Can I sell it now? What's this? What the fuck? A dog house? Where's my dog? I want a dog. Oh wait, I have a mission. I have a mission. What is this mission? Oh, is this one? Hi there. Could you please help me? My contract just disappeared. I can do.
Can't believe it's been that long.
Do electricity. I don't need none of this. I don't need none of that. Electricity on. Connect. Connect that guy, that guy. Does that guy need it? Okay, maybe not in here. Do you need connecting? Oh, this guy doesn't have like an outlet. Switcher to electricity. Wait, what? Hi, devouring. Let's switching another whip for VCAT. Fuck yeah. This is electronic connection one. All consumer. Wait, what? That one's connected. This one be connected to this one? Wait. Oh, I see. This guy to go to. Where's the thingy? Where's the thingy? Oh, okay. So I gotta like. There should be a thingy here. Where's the thingy? Where's the thingy? Where's the post in the sea as well as how it work? Good. We're actually currently playing this game for work. So I can make a video on it. Where's the electrical thingy? Where's the electrical thingy? Thingy? Oh wait, shit. I forgot. We gotta look through his stuff. He's got a collectible in here. Gotta look through his stuff. You got it. Wow, this guy's got a lot of cats. Oh! I found a collectible. Yippee! Hope you won't be missing that anytime soon. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Close, 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 close. Alright. What the fuck am I cooking up to electrical? Is there like a thing out here or something? Do I need to buy one? I think I need to buy one. This one, this one. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna put this guy, I'm gonna put him right here. And then you need some more wall lamps. And then this can go here. And this can go right next to it. And you want another table? Not a table. Where the fuck? Oh, wait. Lisa has her phone ring as All Might saying, a phone call is here. That's cool. There we go. Table and a seat. A seat. Put that there. Put it up. Oh. Put it there. Put that there. Mouse. Little chair. That there. Now a switcher. And now I gotta connect them. Yeah, there we go. And connect this switch to this guy, and this guy, and this guy. But not all of these are connected. Yippee! I did it. Yippee! And I found a collectible. Alright, next rank. Probably gonna find the arrow time. I think that's all the missions. I think. No, build and destroy. Hello again, I just bought a Japanese bus and I want to start a conversion process. Need your help with that. Could you please build some walls, put tile, planks, and floors? If you local fee. Okay. I will do this and then we will get back to work. Oh, good
boy.
lord.
This
Yup,
was a
okay.
real dump.
Yup. Okie dokie. I feel like I'm gonna get haunted by spirits. Speaking of being haunted by spirits, there is like a haunted hotel simulator, like cleaning simulator that I'm interested in as well. Like haunted spooky shit happens, but you gotta clean the hotel, which I think is cool. Ooh, trash. What other trash? Oh, I see. Any other trash? Any other trash for the trash man? Any other trash? Oh, there you go. And oh, I was wrong. Fuck yeah. Alright. And now we gotta destroy items. Oh shit. We're destroying this whole place? Oh my god. That means there's so much more trash I gotta take out of here. I didn't realize. I like that this hammer is just wrecking shit. I would love to have this hammer in real life. I'd be so powerful. Bonk. Bonk. Alright, time to take out more trash. I think that's all the trash. Oh, there you go. Now I gotta do some trick shots. Oop, for the TikTok. So my business can grow. I missed. Didn't miss that time, baby! Alright. Oh wait, that's an object I have to destroy, huh? Well. Oh, what the fuck? Boop. Boop. Wobble. Wash it. Here. Here we go. And another one? Oh, there it is. I wonder if this bus has a secret. Does it have a secret? Collectible for me? Is a collectible in here somewhere? No? Damn. Okay. Room planning. Use room to choose what partitions to install. Okay. This one. This one, this one, this one. Oh. I realized that was one thing. A Japanese bus, I feel like, could be a nice... Oh, wait, what? Alright. Okay, cool. I feel like a Japanese bus would be, like, a pretty nice bus to renovate and make into, like, a little home. And the poor window. Cool. Is there more partitions? More partitions that I need to... I think I built everything in here. Oh, here. The only one? Oops. I do like this. This is the progression of that is nice. There's stuff in here. Oh, you can still see out the window. Oh, back here. Two. I did these ones. Are there any outside? Oh, I see. I see. Oh, those are the two. Oh. There we go. And now I just gotta do the surface finish. Are you sure you want square with square tile? Like, you sure you don't want any other one? Oh. I think the paneling has to go here. What? Oh. There we go. Oh, I wasn't done. There you go. And then select finish. This guy. Oh man, I fucked that up. Oh, what do you mean I can just misalign everything? Uh-oh. There we go. damn it. And then our change this. Oh. This one again. Oh. Oh. Yeah. There we go. Now it's all even. Fuck yeah. And then a square white tie. Nope. That's not what I wanted. No, what do you mean it doesn't fit nicely? Oh my god, no. Okay. Annie? Okay. I did it. There you go, sir. Boop, boop. Boop. There was no secret in that one. I mean, I couldn't find one at least. Was that a secret compartment I didn't know about? There was no secret. Oh my god. Oh. I'm gonna not say that there was a collectible in there. Okay. 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 What do you mean there was a collectible item? What do you mean there was a key with a Dota fucking keychain on it? What do you mean? Oh, okay, well that was the end of the demo. Okay. I mean, that was fun. I had fun with it. It's definitely a game that I could see myself, like, just playing for funsies. Questionnaire, did you enjoy it? Yeah, it was pretty fun. It was pretty fun overall, but clearly there is some polish. How much did you enjoy the controls? It was 5. Good controls. 3, why can't I place things where I want, like a bed, the wheels are... No. Decorating. That I can't place a bed to create a nice storage options in the small van. No. What would you like to change your ad? Skip cutscene for before and after pictures. Favorite games, gas station simulator. I've played gas station simulator. Or the other ones, food truck simulator and how long did I spend playing that game? 55 minutes? This one. Would you like to participate? Yes. Optional. Oh, wait. Okay. I gotta do my service of at least filling out their questionnaire. Okay. Insert image. Roll for fun. Fast flipper. Yeah, okay. I gotta do a few more things before I can record stuff. I gotta do edit label. Save. Change cover. Upload a cover image. We've come too far. Change cover. Upload cover image. Roll for fun. This one. This one. It's up on my freaking phone. And then I gotta do things. I gotta write the script and then tired of have you ever dreamed of flipping a bus? Not in the literal sense, but in the realtor sense. Well, without spending your life savings, you can. By playing Bus Flipper Simulator. And then I need to see how they describe their game because I regret that. Oh! They actually literally have. Like, that would be a good tagline. Actually. Have you ever wondered, what if I buy an old bus and convert it into a camper, or maybe a cafe on wheels? Well, without spending your life savings, you can by playing Bus Sim. This one. And then. Actually, we'll do like this. Game currently has a free demo that you can try out today. Has fun missions and little Easter eggs. Even I enjoyed giggling about. October. And we got to try this one again. And I didn't expect as many Easter eggs. And in just the demo. Cool. Now I can edit the labels, so everything is now all scripted. I just need to record everything. Boop, 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 which I will do in a second once I finish enshrined stuff. I have to do a few more things. I'll like to get lucky. Okay. We gotta make these bigger, which are what text are they? Modifiers, fonts. Change the size to that. Fine. And then this. Let's get lucky. Lucky. So make this smaller really quick. So I can see, and then we're gonna go here. We're gonna image. We're gonna remove this mask. We're gonna give it a new mask. And we wanna go for what we did. No. They don't have. They don't. Okay. Give New. Yes. Document setting, color. Okay. This guy, and then I want this. Alright, well, a little bit smaller. The black ones I can't see. Maybe uh, uh, what about this one? Okay. That's what I got. What I should do this one? No, it's way more rough edged. Not stains. I think stains will work out well, but weird, longer for you try media engraving message. What this one? This might have something in it. This one. Okay, wait. No. Not this guy. Nope. Nope. Install rectangle, thick, break thin. Textures. Actually, maybe. Did I? Oh. I want like a page rip. Alright, let's do it like this then. Now just have more interesting bits. Let's get like this guy. Make him 100% and just all the time. Just to see what you'll find. So easy. But I'm not doing this super well. Let's do. He was now 30. Just to see what select invert. Take this guy. I need this one. No, I don't like that one. I handle what you wanna fly. What's the room? There's a watercolor. Oh, there it is. Confirm for me? Nope. I kind of want this, but I kind of want it to not have. I'll have spacing, and then. Let me rotate the brush. Let's try this guy. I want like an actual like nice image actually. That's where I'll find a glimpse of us. I'll try to fall for the touch. That one. This one. Still, no, we have that one. This is the part of your soul. One that I could never live. Please help me to come here again. Share, download, transparent, current page. Download. My mind. Sometimes I look in her eye. Check my other email. Oh, they're all early in the morning. I just got an email back from my therapist, and she was like, I can work with you in the morning. Tuesday the 1st. Thursday the 3rd. Do Tuesday. Tuesday the 1st is here. Do Tuesday 9:30. Cool. Downloads. This. Make it bigger. And then I'm just going to go here. This one here. Yeah, I like this one better. Delete. Select. Invert. Actually, yeah. Oops. Let's copy this guy and paste him in here. This guy and this guy. Up a bit more. Save. Honestly, I don't know if this will work, but I'd really like it if it just gives a little bit more of that oomph. Now we go back in here. I'll save. Oh no. Fine, I'll save it. Retest color sample. And then take these guys and remove them. Oh no. Recent mockup. Redo this one. This mask instead. Oh wait, no. Do this. Remove that. And then. And then. I'm just gonna change everything in here already. This our fonts. This is. Everything in here should be. Oh, okay. So these guys are 2. This one. Oh, okay. That's fine. Cookie. What's this? Update? Huh? This would be Alexander as well. Dokie. Initial text. Oh. And then this. Other initial. Okay, that's all good. And then we delete this guy. And to the top of the big night sky. Please hurry, leave me. I can't breathe. Please don't save me. And always make me listen. One word from you, which I won't good. Like that. Like this. Not like that. Not like that. It wouldn't do it like this. Oops. Oops. Go. This one's deleted. This guy goes here. Set it off. This guy, turn that off, turn this back on. Change how this is laid out a little bit. You down here. Here. New note. Not fit. Same as one. Go. That's how that would look. I'm gonna change this color to this color. It's also blue. This is blue. Blue. This is blue. This guy, blue. 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 There's an ADHD. I'm scared to try because of my work. Send it to me. I want to see. I want to see. All right, we're moving. Oh, we're moving the credit section. That's right. We're doing introduction table of contents. Introduction. Workflow. Alright, what is this? Visit site. I'm looking. Astra, if I really need to get something done, I will make one of my socks wet. I can only wait. I can what the fuck? And I can only change one of them when the task is complete. That's crazy. I feel like that would feel good though. After, if it's like a hot day, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like that wouldn't feel too bad. After a little bit, you know? I'm gonna move the official art. Nope, I'm gonna move it down a bit. What the heck? What the hell? Color. Okay. Initial. This color. Okay. Guess what time it is? Tomato soup? Yeah, tomato soup time. Oh, I gotta beat the hit even. I gotta beat the tip. I gotta beat the heat tip this week in TikTok. Is it one of the ones where like you should like what was it? Like what the fuck was it? It was like fuck, I forgot. What was it? It was like it's like an AC thing and like a forgot what it's called, but cold water and fan fix everything. Why is this not changing stuff? I gotta refresh it. Oh, edit. Okay. Okay. Hi V. What songs? God damn it. I knew this would happen. Edit. Hi, how are you? Go back to BookMania. Go back to BookMania. Oh my god, why is it like BookMania but bold? Font color. Why is it bold? Why is it bold? God, don't be bold. Update and refresh. Ew, why is it all bold? Stop being bold. Okay, and then update. Why is it so bold? Configurations. Why is it bolded? Oh my god, that pisses me off. They told me about to head to bed because I have work tomorrow. They told me about it literally yesterday, so I'm afraid you got this. It'll be fine. That's kind of how it is. You got muted by the clips? What? I'll send you energy for the spirit bomb. Yep. God damn it. God damn it. I sound so stupid. Alright, why is this bolded? Font style regular? Okay. Okay, there we go. Can this be underlined though? Because I feel like I can't read this. Yeah. Update. Yeah, I guess. When the clip editor came up, it mutes the stream. Oh, okay. Makes sense. I don't know if I like this. Oh, it changes this too? Ah, damn it. Edit. Font. Okay. Refresh. Edit. Hold on, I know how to. There's a font color decoration. Saturation. Let's make it a bit lighter. Did that change it? I feel like that didn't change it. It needs to be lighter. Okay. Refresh. There we go. Maybe not that light though. Okay. It's just kind of hard to tell the difference, I think. No enemies on to get rid of me. I hate here. Edit. I'll color this one. And then should this also be? I think not. Yeah. And then this guy. Notes. I'm not sure if I prefer something in empty spaces between the text and the page numbers. There's not enough space topics in my opinion for it to matter, but it's kind of a go-to. Yeah, that's valid. I forgot how to do it, I'm not gonna lie, so I will look at it. Oh, nope, I did that wrong. Get back here. Right, there's that. And then, how do I fix the thing? This thing? Oh, this thing. This thing needs to be there. Edit. Decoration. Nope. Update. Refresh. Okay, and then, how do I do the thing? Oh, right, it's like... Oops. Oh my god. What happens if there's too many? It does that. Interesting. Okay. Oops. First things first. I just don't like how heavy, like, this is, yes. Edit. Font style, regular, font. I'll just make them a little bit smaller. Beast is joining My Hero Academia and Demon Slayer with the evil baby trope. What do you mean, evil baby trope? What do you mean by this? I feel like this was wrong. Change. Finish. And then I don't want the little dot. Yeah, no. I'm gonna try that. Honestly, I think it should be inverted, actually. Update. Why is it bolded? I don't understand why it's bolded. Non-stop regular. There you go. Actually, maybe get late. No, I can't. Regular italic, maybe? In the fridge. Okay, then I'm looking. Oh. Damn. Why are they all going with evil baby trope? Why evil baby trope? Why? Is it necessary? Okay, that's done. We did the ripped art page look. And then we fix all that to be bigger, except this is not bigger. This is all the same. Maybe all babies are all babies are not evil. All babies are not evil. Don't be mean to babies just because you think that they're evil. They're not evil. Babies are just babies. They can't help but being babies. To be fair, Monster Hunter. To be fair, My Hero Academia and Demon Slayer had old immortal men turned into babies, and for One Piece, it was a flashback. Babies aren't evil. I still don't think babies are evil. When I stop. Maybe sounds like baby talk. It does. It does. I hate everything about you. Okay. Yeah, save. Okay, I need to upload this to the folder. Is that everything? Ripped page, larger text. Yes. To think about me recent. Okay. Oh, right, it's in here. Folder, play test, versions. Move. Let me go enshrined, playtest, mockup, replace, playtest versions. They got one. They got two. That should be goob. Gotta wait for that to load. Nope. Sit down. Not problems to earn missions. This is so different. Video editing. Actually, no. No. And then fire to shine. This one. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Everybody get up, get some water, get a snack if you need to. I'll be right back. As we are going to record scripts and then fix Minecraft stuff. So I'll be right back.
That's my purse! I don't know you!
Kiwi, you scared the shit out of me. I was like walking, right as I walked out of my office, that played, and it scared the shit out of me. I actually jumped a little bit. You bitch. You bitch. How could you do this to me? How could you do this to me? Not so victorious. I'm gonna turn up the crazy celebrity. Oh, whoa. July. That was my stream. I don't know who this person is, but they look cool. Oh, Gordy's doing the VUP chat stuff. I'm a snack. I'm a sneaky snack. Interesting. I have too much PTSD from Omegle that I can't do VUP chat. Baby. My TikTok page is gone. I was gonna check if there was any comments I need to reply to. Okay, nope. Clips. Did you know? Roll for fun. Invite and shine. I think that's all the templates. Cool. Okay, I'm off to EVs now, but have a lovely night, everyone. Good night, V. Have a wonderful day at work tomorrow. We love you. Oh no, did you get Omegle ping jumps? No. There was just a lot of people. I ended up making friends, but they all were shitty people. All of them were shitty people. I tried to double take that. No, they were all kind of boo boo. They were all boo boo. They were all poo poo. They were all mean people, bad people. Probably half of them were pedophiles, so you know, you take what you shouldn't get. I don't know. Okay. Files, save project as. Highlight. Oops. Save. Okay. This one, save, and then cool, and then I'll just record. Yes. It'd be cool if I made a little recording studio in this like little corner. That'd be kind of cool. I think being forced to become a eunuch is a fair punishment for pedos. Oh, that's going. That's pretty fair. I feel like we could do a little bit more, but I think that's pretty fair. Pigtails. This one. So we're back to. Oh wait. Huh? Okay, I think that's how I'm supposed to be. And then recording. Okay. But then I gotta fix. I'll fix this thing to be -30. Yeah, turn that off. What's happening? Watch anyway. There we go. Okay. Okay. Go away. Go away. Recording studio. That's interesting. We also break their joints and pull each tooth. We can do all of it. You know, I think all of it will be good. Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Okay. This stunning work of art is Moon, a manticore who runs the. This stunning work of art is Moon, a manticore which run. Wait. This stunning work of art is Moon, a manticore witch who runs the Moonticore Tavern, a place of wonder and fun. As a full-time artist, she has an addiction to anything fantasy and has very strong mom energy. So you'll definitely be getting your fill of wonderful art, games, and so many more adventures. Moon often streams on Twitch, keeping you entertained by creating glorious and sometimes cursed art or simply just by hanging out. Be sure to swing on by when their tavern opens and check out their socials today. We'll find out though. Video editing, resources, video segments, this one. Not that one? Oh, fuck, I forgot profile recording studio. I did the wrong ones, frick. Okay, I recorded again. Alright. This also gives me a chance to fix it, though. Oh, get your hand off my penis. This stunning work of art is Moon, a manticore witch who runs the Moonticore Tavern, a place of wonder and fun. As a full-time artist, she has an addiction to anything fantasy and has a very strong. As a full-time artist, she has an addiction to anything fantasy and has very strong mom vibes. So you'll definitely be getting your fill of wonderful art, games, and so many more adventures. Moon often streams on Twitch, keeping you entertained by creating glorious and sometimes cursed or simply just by. Moon often streams on Twitch, keeping you entertained by creating glorious and sometimes cursed art, or simply by just hanging out. Be sure to swing by when their tavern opens and check out their socials today. Alright, thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. Alright. Alright, let's go here. Clips. I think this would be bigger. I don't understand why it's so thin. How am I supposed to tell what is me? Clips. Here. Thank you for the head pat, Shadow. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a lovely Monday. Okay. And let's do this here. Alright, how's that? And fun. How y'all doing other than cutting off pedo pee? Good. How are you doing? What? Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to like fix my face right now. Did it do it? I'm supposed to remove this part. I want to do this like one more time, and I want to read it slower, I think, because it's kind of like I learned that 38 seconds is actually good for both social medias, so. This stunning work of art is Moon, a manticore witch who runs the Moonticore Tavern, a place of wonder and fun. As a full-time artist, she has an addiction to anything fantasy and has a very strong mom energy. So you'll be definitely getting your fill of wonderful art, games, and so many more adventures. Moon often streams on Twitch, keeping you entertained by creating glorious and sometimes cursed art or by simply just hanging out. Be sure to swing by their tavern when it opens and check out their socials today. Okay, maybe that will be, I think I read that one slower. To be friends, could we just chat a bit? Ooh, I need to make my scripts longer next week, I think. Sorry, next week. Could make them longer, like right now. We need like 10 more seconds, I think. I didn't plan for it though, so I'll do it next week. It sounds no, darling. Three, 6, save. Okay, that one's done. And next one. Oh, my braid's gone. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Ooh, blah, blah, blah. Okay, ready? And then so when he's sleeping. That lovely introduction comes from the ever-magical Rainy Renton. They not only sparkle like a shining star in our VTuber community, but also are ever-inspiring and encouraging to those around them. They have a cosplay of their own VTuber that they wear to conventions, and a bunch of others. When they stream on Twitch, they do a variety of just chatting and silly fun games with their friends. This ever-inspiring and encouraging VTuber's main 3D model was created by Akuda. This ever-inspiring and encouraging VTuber's main 3D model was created by Akuda. Feel like I could have added an extra line in there. Maybe I could. Maybe I will. They adore Dungeons, Dragons. Yeah, I'm gonna add one more. Look at the top. Not the right one. Ooh, I like this. There's Dungeons and Dragons. I'm being a silly little guy. Oh shit! Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kiwi. Best to and doing their best. Okay. Back in the video editing. They adore Dungeons and Dragons, being a silly little guy, and doing their best to make the world a better place than when you found it. That's probably like 5 seconds, so that's probably not going to be enough. Please have dry egg. I mean, that's not the worst. Actually, it is only like 5 seconds. So. Okay. Okay, well, let's do this. I'm getting you feel a wonderful art games. Moon often streams on Twitch, keeping you entertained by creating voice. Adore Dungeons and Dragons, being silly, a little guy. Art is to die for, as they use strong color combinations. Look at those. Portfolio. I mean, look at that variety. Look at all that variety. Cool. Okay. So. Look at this. So then this will clips. 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 Okay, so as mentioned, this would go here. This goes here. Okay, and then I record. Their art is to die for, as they use such strong color combinations, and I mean, look at all that variety. Ooh, maybe not that high. Okay, I like that more. Because now that ends at 36. I think is better. So that means I would want to do 1, 2, 3. 1, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I think that. A bunch of others, such as I move around them. Cheerleader when you're feeling down. Right. Or something. You're a cheerleader when you're feeling down, so never worry if you don't have someone on who's on your side. Such as, and then gonna be going online, have a good time, or well, I'll stay until the song ends. It's too catchy. Understandable. Thank you for hanging out. I love that you hang out with us, and we love you. And I hope you have a wonderful time doing whatever you're gonna be doing, or that sleep otherwise. I don't really know who these characters are, so I'm just gonna save them. Such a bunch of and a bunch of others. Love you too, Kakao. Yee, I've been afflicted by the worst I would say, a healthy sleep schedule. That's a good thing though. That's like a good thing though. So let's stay on that. Okay. Nope, that's not what I small. I need that to go away. And then I need to save this because that's 36 seconds and I think that is good. And now I need to go to V-Star. V-Star. File, save project as... save. Intro V, intro. Wrong thing. It would be great if half my friend group didn't live in the States and went to bed a lot later. No, that's valid. It's okay. Who knows? Maybe if we can get this a full-time gig, I'll start streaming sooner. Who knows? Hi, Teeny! Thank you so much for the biddies. I hope you're having a lovely day. Can't stay, need Eve, but much love, friend. Much love! Thank you for stopping by! Let's see. I miss you the most. Away now. Make you happy the most. Well, indeed, or maybe I'll strike it big and I'll become a full-time editor with a horrible. The other one. First, wanted to check in on you and wish you a great stream before today. Thank you. I wish you amazing dreams. Let's do it like that. And then these ones are all gonna get scooted. Oh, I have a great time. Sweet dreams, sweet dreams, sweet dreams. Oh, so sweet dreams, Teeny. It's hard to leave when I wish you were right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when. I'm gonna redo this. This one, delete. Okay. That lovely introduction comes from the ever magical Rainy Renton. They not only sparkle like a shining star in our VTuber community, but also are an ever inspiring and encouraging. They not only sparkle like a shining star in our VTuber community, but also are an ever inspiring and encouraging. They not only sparkle like a shining star in our VTuber community, but are also ever inspiring and encouraging to those around them. They'll be your cheerleader when you're feeling down, so never worry if you don't have someone who is on your side. They'll be your cheerleader when you're feeling down, so never worry if you don't have someone who is on your side. They have a cosplay of their own VTuber that they wear to conventions and a bunch of others. When they stream on Twitch, they do a variety of just chatting and silly fun games with their friends. This ever-inspiring and encouraging VTuber's main 3D model was created by Okuda. Well, that's gonna be a bag of fun, because I don't know how long that was, because I couldn't read. I couldn't read, Chan. I couldn't read. I'm gonna think it's this one. I did that one like 3 times too. Okay, so yeah, this was fine, and then this, and right there. Boop, boop. Damn, 28 seconds still? Damn. Really? Only 29 seconds. If I added in one more sentence, we'd be good. So this one's gonna have to be like 3-3. Be like, not only that, they also what is the thing? They actually have a thing. They actually have a thing. Or what the thing is though. What is the thing? What is the thing? What is the thing? What is the thing? I forgot what the thing is. They're like, they do a thing. They have a thing. Hold on, I can just check it this way. They are, okay. Cool. They are. Not only that, they are also a founder of the Twitch VTuber Creator Club. Yeah, okay. Not only that, they are also a founder of the Not only that, they are also a founder of the Twitch VTuber Creator Club. That was good. I think that's good. I think that's good just to push us over the 30-second line. That's what I want. I want to be pushed over the 30-second line. That's all I want. I don't know how to make them longer. At least not right now. My brain's not in the space to figure out how to make them longer right now. This goes before the last line. Nope, I lied. That was not good. Okay. This ever inspired. Not only that, they are also founder of the Twitch VTuber Creator Club. Excuse me. Not bad, not bad. 0.73. 6. Ooh. What's the other one? Native 183. What's a name? What's a name? Okie dokie. Did you know? Okay. Let's do okay. Oops, wrong one. That some animals can sheath their private parts like a sword. They're called cloacas, and they have a singular exit hole for. They are called cloacas, and they are a singular exit hole for all bodily waste in an animal. Not all animals have this. Not all animals have this, but species that would. Not all animals have these, but species that would are amphibians, reptiles, birds, and monotremes. Not all animals have these, but species that do are Not all animals have these, but species that do are amphibians, reptiles, birds, and monotremes. Animals that evolved with this feature mainly did so for the simplicity of body design. However, some animals can use them in very interesting ways. For example, certain types of aquatic creatures can actually breathe underwater using their cloaca. So next time you get hit in the balls, you can question why humanity didn't evolve towards having a cloaca instead. Get it? Because the balls are in the body. Balls gets... Yeah. Oh, my back. Okay. Number 5. House smells like red peppers. I feel like fucking something. We could be calling it fucking. Monotreme like stream. Oh, too late. Well, now I know the correct way. And you can comment if you want that I don't know how to read. Smiles. I'm actually for the actually, fuck yeah. Please actually me. I actually like getting actually, because that means I learn. Wait, was that important? Yeah, it was. Was the other one important? Yes, it was. Okay. I just deleted a bunch of mindset. I didn't mean to. Cool. And stay with my symptoms of sorrow and joy. Actually, just read these ones. Okay. I love her. Okay, roll for fun time. This guy, this guy, this guy. This one. Have you ever wondered, what if I buy an old bus and convert it into a camper, or maybe a cafe on wheels? Well, without spending your life savings, you can by playing Bus Flipper Simulator. This bus conversion simulator will give you just that. You will get a variety of different buses and vans to convert. Clean, destroy, create, customize, test it, sell it, and make a profit. This game currently has a free demo that you can try out today. It has fun missions and little Easter eggs that even I enjoyed. It has fun missions and little Easter eggs that even I enjoyed giggling about with chat. I wonder if listening to slower songs would help me with this, because like I often talk at the pace of music. But I can't. I think that's where I said it, I think. It's fun. You can go if you like to. What the fuck? I see, because I really want you to know. But, bus flippers. I've been Alright, this one. Dude. Alright, squish one more time. Oops. Oops. This one. 27. 26. Okay. This week we're all doggy style as this week we're all doggy style as this week's theme is about adorable and great dogs that I hope will cheer you up. Like this dog who's just vibing on a swing like he's just a baby. Speaking of babies, look at this 8-week-old Chow Chow named Meadow. They just look like a big little teddy bear and I want one so bad I just want to kiss his face all up. Thank you for that, man. That was actually really well timed, thank you. Dude, that might get in the way of the video. It's okay, I can redo it. Speaking of babies, look at this 8-week-old Chow Chow named Meadow. They just look like a little big teddy bear and I just wanna... No. Speaking of babies, look at this 8-week-old Chow Chow named Meadow. They just look like a big little teddy bear and I want one so bad I just wanna kiss its face all over! And if you had a rough week this week, hopefully this lovely lad can cheer you up as they take you to a beach, which is hopefully your new happy place. Rainer cameo, I know, right? Rainer cameo. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, oh. 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 Uh-oh. 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 Did we blow an outlet? I don't know what happened. My light turned off. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I guess we'll find out in a minute. As I sweat. Well, it's cool. It's a good thing it's like cooler, you know? Okay, well, I'm not hearing the alarm go off, so maybe we're okay. It needs to receive. Oh, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. Is the alarm gonna go off? I'm scared. God, I'm scared. Oh, I did. That guy in my AC. Out there. That's okay. I was just worried the alarm was gonna go off. But it didn't. Oh, okay. Well, then I'm fine breaking the other one. That's okay. It's cooler in here anyway, so. I don't need the air conditioner. It's on. You know. Honestly, it's probably cooler outside than it is in here, so. What? This. Oh, lock it. I have the hiccups. I have the hiccups. No! Oh, Bang! No, our POV, I'm at your door. Oh my god, Pengy, welcome on in. How was, oh shit, you played Call of Duty? How was Call of Duty? How was it? Welcome on in. Let me close my other OBS. Hopefully the right one. Yep, we clicked the right one. Pengy, you followed me. How was your stream? Let me drop you a follow. How was your stream? Wow, welcome on in. Welcome on in. I'm currently in my little guy mode as we just finished recording up some scripts. How's it going? How's it going, gamers? How's it going? Did you guys have a good, did you get them W's? Did you get them W's? How are you so cute? Thank you. You're cute. I see that icon. I see that icon. But welcome on in, raiders. For those of you who are new here, hi, my name is Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I'm the whiplash of YouTubers. 1 second we're talking about puppies, the other second we're talking about cloacas. So, you know, it's a wild ride. Welcome on in. I have some pretty good shots. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm glad. I hope you achieved whatever you wanted to achieve, whether that be leveling some guns, getting guns, leveling the battle pass, prestiging. I was like trying to remember everything. The raid froze my stream. Haha. The raid was too powerful for you, Kiwi. Understandable. But if you do need to do some after stream care, stretch, get up, get a snack, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy our vibes. I hope you enjoy our weird shenanigan vibes. You had a good time. I need a night of no think, just pew. Oh, that's such a mood. Mood? Such a mood. There's sometimes where I just want to brain off, play some like is it like Shoot House? Shoot House? It's the ones where you play on the tiny maps and you go pew pew. Yeah, I like those. Those are fun. They are fun. What is the site that you're using? It's an interesting layout. This one is Trello. This is Trello. This is where I like keep track of all the videos that I'm doing and when they need to come out. And then this is PureRef, which is a free program, which it's just for references, but I use its note-taking system to kind of keeping all my notes. Yeah. But they're both free, so check them out if it's up your alley. I recorded my script, so I can check that off. I think we're good on that stuff. Why don't you have to check those out? Yeah, for sure. Here, I can Trello and PureRef. In case you need the spelling of those are what they're called. But yeah, I use them. They're pretty neat. I like them. I tried my best to put it all, like, put these two into, like, one program, and it was like, no. Like, I tried to put it into, what was it? I tried to put it into Notion, and it just was not having it. I'm gonna go back to my normal form now that I'm done recording my scripts. A bonga bink. Will put me in. Nope, I'm small. I'm small. Oh, I've seen you around Twitter, and I love how you hype up. Oh, that's awesome! And our species were. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad because, like, honestly, I feel like our communities could just use people lifting each other up instead of seeing each other as a competition. You know, I mean, not that I don't sometimes see bigger content creators as competition because I want your babies, but like, we can still be positive. We can be one big happy family. You know. Family reunions can be equal amongst everyone, but that means a lot. Thank you, and also thank you that one Vlad for the follow. I hope you enjoy your time here. I need my mini back. I need my mini screen back. How am I supposed to know what I'm doing? Exactly, coworkers not coworkers not competition. Yeah. That's why I like highlighting VTubers when I can because it's like we should be a conglomerate, and I get that can be hard, but, you know, we can still try. Okay, don't mind my Binding of Isaac stuff. Don't mind that. I'm But I hope you had a wonderful stream. By the way, if you want to tell us, how your day's going, feel free to. I'm trying to figure out what my next steps are as I fall down my rabbit hole. I think the next thing is fixing our Minecraft server. I have a Minecraft server, and I'm about to. You did a highlight of one of my friends recently, and it literally made their day. I cried for them. Who was it? Also, bet I'll make your day. I'll do one on you. Everyone gets one. And you get, oh shit. And you get a TikTok. And you get a TikTok. And you get a oh. What do you mean? What do you mean I have to? Oh, hello, we love Howlett's the fucking best. They're so cool. Alright. We have to take a break. Fine, we'll play the New York Times games because I've been lacking. I've been lacking on doing the New York Times stuff. I'm gaining dementia. I already feel it. I couldn't read the word what was it? Heat tip? It was heat pip? Heat tip? Yeah. You don't have to do that. I was just trying to gush about you. Well, what better way for me to gush about you than to make a video where I gush about you? Wink. And it's not that I feel like I have to, it's just that I want to. It's my day job. Do you enjoy logic puzzle type games? Yes, but my logic is bad. I got hamster logic. Something to walk? Dog. Something to jog? Yourself? You'll like Myrtle? Myrtle? What is Myrtle? What is Myrtle? A daily mystery puzzles. Oh shit. Okay, wait. Okay, I'll play that one after I do this. Alright. Something to jog? I don't know. More wicked? Oh shit. Wait, the E worked. Oh shit. Evil? Evil? The Daily Murray Project. I love it. Well, I'm definitely checking it out. I think I found a workaround for my imaginary problem, and now I'm planning out how to do it. Fuck yeah, I believe in you. Picture you always keep on you. I don't know. Insect studied by ants. That was an accident. Nincompoop. I don't know. Cookies and cream. Oreo. Greek sandwich. Gyro. Or Gyro. Zuckerberg's company. Meta. Ew. Evan Williams, the bourbon brand. Piece of baseball. A mitt. Oh, jog your memory and a tattoo. Wait, oh, okay, that makes sense. Alright, let's see how well I can spell. How fast can I spell? How good can I spell? I see the word value. That's like have lava lava chicken. I'm gonna be lurking, and after caring, thank you for being you. Thank you for being you. Thank you so much for the raid. I can hope I can keep your babies entertained. Thank you so much for the raid. Evaluate. I don't have a T. I don't have a T. Levitate? No. Level? Oh, Valve would have been a good one. Valve would have been a good one. Okay, alright. Today's Wordle. We're starting with the word opium. Why? Because I can. Ooh, it didn't really help, though. What about liver? Slice? I know the E's not, but... Oh, no. Alive? Oh, alive's a good one. Oh, wait, we don't have an E. Oh, no! I jumped the gun on it. Flint, maybe? Blind. Oh, blink! No! I have been scammed. I have been scammed. Scammed for all my pennies. Trellis Beauties. I'm gonna guess the word wisteria is in here somewhere. Wisteria. Yeah. Do they have? I don't know if they'll have this. They don't. That's okay. We got plenty of other games. Oh, wow. Was it Moonflower? I think. Yeah, yeah. Same brain cell. Ooh. I don't know a lot of like vine plants. Pictures. Climb. The sweet pea. Sweet pea. Nice. I don't know. What are trellis plants? Plantis. Platantis. Pergolas? Pergolas? Nope. Susan Boss. Oh, is Ivy one of them? No. Okay. I keep thinking I see the word stare here, but the S is wrong. Bougainvillea? No. Carrion flower? Climbers. Climb. Climb. One of them's the climber. Oh. I don't know the other one. Lemitus? What the fuck was it? CLEA? Clematis. Jasmine. Oh fuck. Woo! Okay, we got there eventually. We gotta do a little Google search, but I think that's okay. Alright. Connections. Our favorite. Airplane, highway, roller coaster, bridge, velvet crown, NFL player, circus, whirlwind, drive, hot tub, filling, black, veneer, soap opera, and peaks. This one. Those are like, crown filling, veneers, or teeth things. But I don't. Maybe a bridge is the other one? Velvet, whirlwind, black. Drive, hot tub, nozzle, soap opera, circus, peaks. Bridge goes with that? Okay. Bridge maybe? Okay. Yeah, good job, team. Good job. Bridge is a teeth thing. A teeth. Teeth. It's my day job. That's valid. Hot tub, nozzle, soap opera, roller. Okay, velvet, airplane, NFL player, circus, whirlwind, drive, hot tub, nozzle, highway, black, roller coaster. What? What? I get a little bit. I get a little bit. Peaks. Black Velvet Whirlwind Peaks? Black Velvet Whirlwind Peaks? Nope. What in the fuck knuckles is this? Circus? roller coaster, maybe? Circus and roller coaster might have something. How you doing, Why? I'm good. I'm trying to play Connections. What? Airplane. Okay, wait. Airplane drive highway roller coaster? Maybe. No? Oh my god. What the fuck? I need hints. I need connection hints. What is this? I refuse to end this wrong. June 30th? Yeah. Okay, how hard is today's? And telling me how hard it is? Okay, tooth insertions, a tumultuous occurrence, movies by popular filmmaker, another word for aircraft. What? What? Isn't Drive, the Drive is a movie, isn't it? Yeah, Drive with Ryan Gosling. So Drive, Blindside. Wait, hold on. What was the thing again? Movies by a popular filmmaker. Is it all by the same guy? Like, is it his movies? Drive is my all-time fave. I drive. Dune. None of these. Oh, Circus? Circus? There's Circus? I saw Circus. Okay, maybe it is by this guy. Bleeder, Pusher, Bronson, Pusher, Drive, The Neon Demon, Only God Forgives, Valhalla Rising, Dying Light. Might be one. Okay. Circus, soap opera, roller coaster, and what? I think those were the 4. Metaphors for dramatic and chaotic, but oh, thank you. Because like describe something crazy. Yeah, for dramatic or chaotic. This one's hard. It is hard. Thank you for the song request. What the fuck? Is Twin Peaks a movie? Is Peaks a movie? Twin Peaks? Hot Tub Nozzle makes me think of Hot Tub, Hot Tub Time Machine. But I feel like that's not right. And then Kiwi mentioned maybe the NFL player could be Blindside, but I don't know what that is. I think it's a movie. Yeah, because they were like, the hint was what, Airplane as a movie? Oh yeah, because the other one is another word for an aircraft. Oh my god, this song. I love this song. Let me eat this. I'm gonna take a bite of my hot dog. I have to try it. Dumb. One more hint. Oh wait. This is not the right one. What? Oh, peace in the air. Connections. Solve today's puzzles with hints. Hot tub nozzle could mean jet. Oh, maybe people put this song over the dumbest car crashes with Ryan Gosling. No! They do? That's fucked up. I want more hints, man. I want more hints. This is hard. Do you have hints? Nope, we didn't see that. Okay, well. Oh. What was the hint again? Another word for aircraft, movies by a popular filmmaker. What? What do you think it is? We like crashing in the parked cars. It's true. Did I know that a specific person or person? Maybe, but it's like, what does that have to do with a plane? Is Velvet the name of a movie? Okay. Oh! What jet? What? I Fly a Whale on movie Maven. Yeah, this sucked. What?
Oh, that's so stupid. Also, it stands
I know.
It stands for worse.
Uh-huh. It's all stupid. Alright, what's this thing? Alright. A Black Hawk is a helicopter? Damn, okay. Alright. Can I zoom in on this? Okay, cool. The Tevter Lajiko never had a good Monday. And today was a perfect example, why not? An old Russian woman had been killed on an old European train. Okay. Am I supposed to click these? Suspects walked in the location. Each suspect brought one weapon to the location, but only one was murdered today. Lajiko knew that by careful study of the facts, he could uncover the truth. Hawk? What about Hawk too? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna eat more of my sandwich. Alright. By sandwich, I mean my sausage in a bun with sauerkraut. What? Oops. Okay. And these cards can be clicked, and they have to actually. Okay. Alright, so this one. Alright, so the suspects are Senior Emerald, and a talent jeweler of great renown. Senior Emerald has traveled the world in search of rare gemstones which are falling out of his pockets. Okay. Sagittarius. Pockets? His pockets? Black hair, brown eyes. Okay. Until on a European train. European train. She was killed on a European train. Good, because the rot is all that's left. That and cooking, but that's easy. That's valid, Bex. No. Mayor Honey. Okay. Set card down. A chessmaster who is always plotting his next move. Like how to bump his next opponent. Okay. A politically conservative MP. Okay. 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 They're better than a cow. Uncover the secret of the Violet Isles. Or the tomb of the... More killer puzzles. Okay. The roof. What with the wind and the smoke of the smokestack, it's hard to get your bearings up here. Mere honey, yeah, based entirely on vibes, true. Turn off the reading light, you can take a nap here, maybe a dirt nap. Okay. 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 Okay, Myrtle was not. Okay, Myrtle Volume 2 was not in the car, okay. Okay. So this one, location not in the sleeping car? Okay. Grandmaster Rose was the death of my husband I was walking in the caboose. I was in the caboose. Was it the caboose? The caboose is out. It was in the caboose. A message for the Mystical Association of the Coach Revolution. What? What? Price for detective code. We use both. What? What did I do? Oh no! HVS. What? What? What am I doing? Wait, okay. A rock detector gave a positive. A rock? A rock detector? You're probably reading the dining car? A solid on. Oh, was it? Okay. So, password detective code. All these don't look like words. Not the red mode? Oh. Max? We're looking for the word max? Because this is the code. Bro, I don't really think if these are solved. Oh, whoa, what? The tallest suspect brought the leather luggage. Oh, okay. Okay, the tallest. Okay. 5'8", 6'0", 5'7", 5'9". So Mayor Honey brought the suitcase. Mayor Honey brought the suitcase, which is... Wait, was it the suit? Wait, what? Suitcase? The suitcase? The suitcase? I'm presuming that's the luggage. That's green. I typed too fast. What? What? No, Mayor Honey is yellow, and he brought this. Okay. A rock detector repository reading the dining card. The dining card is this one, which means Emerald was here. Analysts discovered traces of a weapon made of paper on... Of paper? Of paper? Weapons? Paper? Murder Volume 2 is what he had. The old Russian movie was bound beside the smokestack. The smokestack would have been the roof. Lord Lavender. Executive logic knew the answers. Okay, he would make it. Oh, okay. Oh, rock detector for coal? Oh shit. How are you gonna kill a bitch with paper? A paper cut? Yeah, probably. I presume. Uh... An execution order. Ooh, true. Okay, so I feel like I haven't solved anything yet, right? Weapons. Yeah, who had the bottle of wine? Actually, that would be a method of killing. Who? Wait. Oh, okay. Who? How? And where? Okay. Okay. So someone was at the smokestack. It wasn't him because he was at the dining car. So it could be Mayor Honey or Lord Lavender. Let's look at them again. Mayor Honey. Okay. I apologize for right-handed, green eyes, gray hair. Okay. Bottle of wine, watch out because the stains will come out made of glass. And then the brick of coal. It makes the train go, but it wouldn't make the train stop. Okay. And then the Grandmaster Rose. Message from this close to a rock detector found positive reading in the dining car. Analysts discovered traces of a weapon made out of paper. Unless he could have the coal, I guess. I don't think he would have the coal, though. I don't think. It's not in the sleeping car. So it could have been in any of the other. This is hard. I'm too dumb for this. Okay, where? It was the roof. We know it was the roof. How? Smokestack. Do we get anything else about the old woman's death? On an old European train. Sleeping car, the caboose. On the train, let's use leaving behind. Most expensive food. You turn off the remaining dirt nap. Okay. Besides a smokestack, and there's a smokestack on the smokestack, okay. Consider to give positive reading in the dining car. Analysts discovered traces of a weapon made of paper on the clothing. Here, honey. Left-handed, he's always brown hair. His apology deserved. Right-handed, green eyes, gray hair. Book for green. Yeah, we got book for emerald. And we got the tallest suspect with the luggage. Murder was not found in the sleeping car too. Grandmaster Rose, one of the places constantly referred to it as Dames Obsidian's famous unauthorized. Yeah, and this one, they're in the caboose, right? Caboose felt like an ordinary day. Yes, the caboose. This one, we solved that one. This one is Rust. It gave too many emerald clues. Lavender, none. Yeah, a little bit. A rock detector was given positive readings. Alright, I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna think it's Lord Lavender and with a brick. Make your accusation. It was Lord Lavender with a brick of coal! Was he right? Oh, fuck. Fun fact, I actually been to Marvelous Marvin's Mechanical Museum. It was in Novi, but they recently moved to a bigger building in Farmington, the album. Oh, that's cool. Lord Lavender protested his innocence and hired as irritational. The Signor Emerald committed the crime with Murder Volume 2 on the roof. Is it because it's the only one that we had, like, both? Like, we knew where he was? That's crazy. That was too much logic for me. But that was fun, though. That was fun, though. Alright, get ready for the mundane, though. About to do something mundane as fuck. Which is me fixing my Minecraft server. For a little bit. Before I get off. I guess I can hang out and do that. But wasn't he in the dining car, not the roof? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, wait. It's too small. Okay. I think so. A rock detector gave a positive reading in the dining car. Yeah, and I would presume so because, like, he was like a jeweler, and that were, well, I guess it's a gemstone. I don't know. I don't know. I'm a videotuber, I think. The coal left traces? Yeah, I guess. I guess so. Alright. I'm late, how are things? You're fine. It is not that late. How are you doing? Wait, the brick was in the dining room, not the rocks from the emerald. It was a brick of coal, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's what they usually aren't like that. That's okay, I'll try it again tomorrow. That's okay, we'll try it again tomorrow. This one. Remind me while I fix my Minecraft server. Let's do API. Am I checking these off? I am. Let's do bakery. Oops. Why? No, this is a food mod. Where are you? Where are you? What the balls? What the fuck? Farm? Let's do farm intro. What the fuck? Why isn't let's do farm and charm combat in here? Okay, not there. These. Do I not really have none of the let's do stuff in here? That's crazy. While Elaine works, does chat want to help me brainstorm evading the IRS with a duplication ability for a story? Excuse me? Excuse me? What? Did I read that right? I feel like I didn't read that right. Okay. What do you mean I don't have any of the let's do mods in here? What do you mean? The one time you read it right, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm so confused. So confused. What have I done? I don't know. Oh wait, I do have let's do stuff. What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay. But I think this needs to be smaller. Okay. I saw it. Where is it? I saw it. You can't hide from me. There it is. Let's do farm and charm. Okay, let's do farm and charm. Let's do beach party. Let's do farm and charm brewery. Let's do camping. Let's do candlelight. Let's do. Wait, what? Oh, let's do bakery was the one. Okay. Let's do furniture. Let's do herbal brews. Another vinery. Vinery and meadow. Yeah. Okay. I say clone gold. There's nothing inherently illegal about it. Just gotta pay taxes on sold gold. Interesting. Interesting. I'll do this again, except... Okay. Except this is... Not these at all. It would be this one, this one, this one, this one. Okay, cool. Man with plushies, yep. Add Astra. Yep. Yep. Additional lanterns. Lanterns. Yeah, I really should just do it like this. Lights. Add-ons live. They're out of 0, so that's gotta be added here. Advanced chimneys. Yep. Advanced generators. Yep. This from here. Advancement plaques. Yep. PE2. This guy. Crafting tree. Arrow blender. I believe is one of these guys. Oh, what? I said I'm an LSC and a fake mining operation in bumfuck nowhere to be safe though. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know what we're talking about, but yes. Just gonna put this down here. Okay, Asher Tomes, Alex's Caves. Alex's Caves, Alex's Moms. All the Arcanist gear we're taking off. But it is listed what we're doing, moving that one. All the Wizard gear. All the Modium. All the Modium. I think that's a lib thing. Oh, it's right there. Okay. Okay. Modium. Just unified. This one, but I believe this one will be removed as well. Alternative origin UI. Yeah, baby. Animal origins. We don't have that one, so put that down here. There is a list of like things that I've added that I just never added to the Excel sheet, which I fucking bad. Didn't think I'd be doing this again, to be fair. But it's okay. The Automod is really on you today, huh? The attributes. Apple skin. Apple skin. Applied botanics. Applied energetics 2. Applied energetics 2 wireless. Applied flux. Applied mechanics. Aquaculture 2. Oh my god. Aquamare Delight. That's Aquaculture Delight. Interesting. I'm not seeing certain ones in here. The Ad Astra Delight? Did we skip that one? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Aquamare. Okay. Architecture, yup. Mars Creo. Mars Elemental, Argenters and Knights, Mages Nouveau. Occultist, Flavors of Artifacts. I like your idea. My current plan was having a base number of bills to do. What is happening? What is happening? I feel like I'm not supposed to read chat. I feel like I'm not supposed to be reading chat right now. A little worried about you guys, I'm gonna be honest. There's additions. Elemental artifacts. Asterisks. Okie dokie. Wait, this is like a different thing, isn't it? I think this one goes here. Athena, all the ores, attribute fix is over here. Attribute fix, automobility. Thank you for the head pads. There's automobility. If you do it good enough, it. Oh my goodness, okay. Not good enough. Cookie, bomb, barbecue delights, bobbly heart containers. I don't think, yeah. BD lib. I believe we have that one. Beautify. I think we have this one? Yeah, we do. Better advancements. Better combat. Gameplay one. Better F3. The quality of life mod, isn't it? Better F3. Yep. I'm curious what the in-between would look like. I love abuse. Oh, goodness. Okay. Okay. Biomancy is definitely new. Biomes plenty. Block UI. Yep. Blood magic. Blue skies. Bookshelf lib. Yep. Botania. Botarium. Brandon's core. Building but better. Alus's API. Harry. Oh, do we not have that one? Hello, mouse? Moira, is that my mouse? Is that my mouse? You unplugged my mouse? Oh my god. My cat just unplugged my mouse. Like, why is my mouse not working? Is it dead? No, it was just pried out of my fucking computer by my cat. Yes, obviously. Obviously, what other solution could there be other than it just is my cat? Alright, it's getting hot in here. Okay, alright, what's happening? Carry on? Okay. Opania, we have that one. Cat heads. Yo, chimes. Chipped. Fizzle and bits. Citadel. Cloth config. Code. Coffee delight. What? Oh. Oh, no. Ow. Fluttered. Compilite, Conf4. Combat role as a gameplay thing. Common capabilities. Compact delight. Oh yeah, compact delight replaces what though? Compact delight is an easy way to. Okay, so that's its own thing. Okay. We're in a cave. Configured. Instruction wand. Controlling. Looking for blockhead should be in here. Cooking wands. Oops, cooking for blockheads. Corel tombstone should be in here. Corel tombstone. Corgi lib. Portal util. Cucumber library. Don't skip. Okay. I'm just gonna trust that you guys aren't planning anything illegal in my channel. I think that's gonna be my resolve here, because I'm a little worried. But you know what? If I don't notice, did it really even happen in the first place? It's the cosmetics one. Cosmetic armor rework, cosmetic armors. Crafting stations? For Crabber's Delight, actually. Crabber's Delight. Crafting station. Oop. Alright, I'm just gonna add this one on here. Again, create delight, create, I'm going through the create stuff. Create big cannons. Create cafe, create central kitchen, right? Yes, create central kitchens. Create confectionery, creation and additions, create deco, create ore excavation. Create sabers, create slice and dice, stuff and additions. Create biofactory is another one. This is an okay, understandable. I think. Create ore excavation. Create sabers. Oh yeah. Create stuff. Create central kitchen. Create copycats plus is a new one that we also have. Create crystal clear. Create diesel engines. Enhancement industry. Enchantment industry. Okay. Extended cog wheels, interiors, liquid fuel, create new age cream season. Okay. Okay. Sounds good. I will not notice. Creative core. Okay, creative core. Creeper overhaul. Critters and companions. Croptopia additions. Croptopia and create. Cucumber library. Cultural delights. Okay. Cupboard. Curious API. Cyclops. Custom starter gear, I think, is one of the ones that I added and I never did anything with. Dank storage is a storage mod. Decorations delight. Deep Aether. deep aether, deeper and darker. Default options might not be when I add it. Delightful. Diagonal fences. Oh, fuck. Okay, I ran out of room. Okay. Just gonna add a row. These. I'm just gonna add this guy. And then this guy needs to also add in this guy. CS? Is that S2? Okay. Diagonal fences. Diagonal walls. I'm pretty sure I don't have. Diagonal windows. I think these were all added after. Dimensional dungeons. Domium. Draconic evolution is a gameplay thing. Dungeon crawl is up here. I think. It's a dungeon crawl. It's a great call to wall. Dungeons and taverns. Easy anvil, easy magic. Is in here. Easy anvils, easy magic. Blue flame burning. I haven't got that. Ecologics. Big delight Embedium. Wishes on the world reminds me unimpossible. Where is it? Big delight. Enchantment descriptions. Enchantment decision and remastered. Oops. This is another one that I added in afterwards, I remember. End Delight, Ender's Delight. Enderman Overhaul is over here. What? Oh, there it is. And then enhanced. Entity culling should be over here. Maybe not. Entity culling. Ferolib. Evil craft. Expanded combat. ABC expanded combat. Flora's compass. Extreme sound muffler. Also added after. Fairy lights. Falling leaves. Over here. Fantasy dice, which is added in, I believe, after. Farmer's Delight, Croptopia. Farmer's Delight, Croptopia. Farmer's Delight, Farmer's Delight. Okie dokie. Farming for blockheads, which is in here. Fast furnace, fast workbench. Ferret core. Ferret core. Festive Delight. Festive Delight. Flicker Fix. Forbidden Arcanus. Forged Endertech. I just realized a way easier way that I could have done this. Actually, I think that's wrong. I don't think that's right. Because then I know it would have been wrong. Never mind. Friends and foes. 1, 2, 3. Friends and foes. Fruits Delight. FTB backups 2. And then FTB library, FTB quests and teams. Quests and teams. Fusion connected textures. Go. Pickle and Glitch Core. Laudium. Goblin Traders. Hamsters Plus. I feel like I can't be gay anymore. You can be as gay as much as you want. And if someone fights you about it, I'll fight them about it, you know? Gay month is over. You can still be gay. You can still be gay. Dragon Seeker spellbooks. Iceberg. Iceberg. Immersive planes. Incendium is over here. Integrated crafting dynamics, terminals and tunnels. Inventory HUD plus. Inventory tweaks. Spellbooks. Irons, recipe additions, item wood, item physics full. That is new. That one's a new one. We gays will disintegrate and wait for spooky month. No, we don't disappear. Because I'm pretty sure we don't. Otherwise, I don't think I'd be streaming today. Or I guess any longer, I guess. Where's Jade? Oh, it's because of the Jade. Joys of painting. Should be here. Jump over fences is a quality of life. Jump over fences. No! Stay. Stay or else I'd be sad. Jumpy boats. Jumpy boats. Just enough items. REI. Replace that with this one. One for Forge. Cube.js. Cube.js. That was under cataclysms. Leaves be gone. Lionfish API. Loot integrations? There you go. Cause biomes of plenty. I forgot what this replaces. Okay, I'll put this here because we're gonna start doing Macaw stuff. Bridges, Macaw's doors, Macaw's fences and walls, Macaw's furniture, Macaw's holidays, Macaw's lighting and lamps. There's this one. Macaw's paintings, pavings, roofs. There's terraformer Macaw's. This one. With windows. These all get confirmed. Magnum torch, which I think is added after. Man of many planes, I think should be in here. Medieval. Oh, was this added after? Oops. Origin. Origins you want, medieval origins, whatever it is. Mechanisms, Mighty Mail. Mighty Mail I'm pretty sure came after as well. Mighty Mail. Miner's Delight. Modern A2 editions. Modern Fix. Modenomicon, Moonlight Fix. More axolotl variants API. More axolotls. More axolotls. More delights. More delights. Mosey's Cataclysm. I believe that's over here. Wrong. I'm wrong again. Okay. Was this added after? Oh, there it is. Moses' Moms. Mr. Crayfish's Furnished or Not. Refurbished. Mutant Monsters, which that's another one. Mutant Monsters is another one that I'm removing. It's kind of annoying. Multil. My server is compatible with one of these. Mysterious Mountain Lib. Mysterious Mountain Lib. Mystic Potions. Mystic Biomes. Mystical Agriculture. Yep. Mythic Weapons. Yeah. When did we sign up for an LLC? What is happening? When did a BLT, did you start a fucking LLC without me? You start an LLC while I wasn't looking? This one. Oh, neat. Yeah, there's Delight. Night Lights. Night Lights. No chat reports. Another one of these. It's easier to buy land as a corporation than an individual. That's true. No farmland.
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh. What do you mean, nuh-uh? Obscure. Observable. Observable. Autism. Ocean's Delights. Save all the things you said. Octolib. All the trees you'll grow. Gems. Overflowing bars. Packet Fixer, I think is over here. Packet Fixer. Ham's Harvest Craft. I feel like that's something I added after as well. It is. Okay. Ham's Harvest Crafts, Food Core, Food Extended, and then Trees.
Mother, Chad has created the Great Goo equivalent of an economic takeover.
Oh. Should I be worried, or is this like like you guys can take care of it, or like should I be concerned? In Minecraft. Oh, gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. No worries then, obviously. Plushy buddies. Plushy mod. I have like 3 plushy mods in here. Polylive. Is that in here? Polymorph. Let's just be honest. Don't worry, we need a secretary of being cool. Oh, okay. Productive bees was up here. Rhymes we gone. What the fuck rhymes that one? Rhymes we gone. I just skipped that one. Project Environments. Work Delight. Work Delight. Rats was added after. Rechiseled, chipped, and create. Relics. The reason I thought the story would be easier in a medieval fantasy, awaken power, test it, start a merchant company, buy. Yeah. I mean, like, in a fantasy world, it'd be easier to... There isn't really an IRS, so... Because I know a lot of, like isekai animes or mangas that, like, they're like, oh, because this is my new life, I know how to get all this money. And, like, no one checked. You can survive hard times. Ribbits. Roomlick. What the fuck is Roomlick? Nah, okay. Rustic Delight. Plus, people are always corrupt and you can just pay people off. Exactly. It's like scalable cat horse. Searchables. What is this? Don't know. Searchables. And then Serene Seasons. Rank. What? Is Corking here twice? Nope. Simple hats. I think this was added after. Nope. Skin layers. I did that one. Smart brain lib. Yep. Sophisticated backpacks. Storage. Storage 4. Spark. Spartan weaponry. Slice of life pie edition, which I here. Oh, I don't know where that is. There it is. Storage Delight. Storage Delight. Storage Drawers. Structory Towers. Structory Essentials. Structure Gel API. Structure Eyes. I think that's over here. Structure Eyes. Stylish effect. This is a quality of life thing, I think. Settings. Super supplementaries. Supplementary squared. Sweet Calamity was added after. Tio's Magic. Do some tweaks. Para Blender. Where's that one? There it is. And then Tetra. Tetra. Ah. Doop, doop, doop. The Aether. The Aether Redux, the Twilight Forces, the Undergarden. The Thermal Cultivation, which is the thermal mods. Cultivation's Dynamics. Expansion, Foundation, Innovation, Integration, and Locomotion. Thermal's the light. Tiny redstone. Tiny skeletons. Trash compactor. Trash slot. Traveler's backpack. Twilight's flavors and delights. Undergarden, unusual. Alhesia core. Vegan delight. Vintage. Visual workbench. There it is. Void totem. Oops. Waystones. Waystones teleport pets. Oops. What are they up to? When dungeons arise. Zero's things. Young structure add-on. Young's API. Better desert dungeon, end island, jungle temple. Mine shafts. Another fortress, ocean monument, stronghold, and witches' huts. Bridges. And Zeta. Zeta! Oops, yep. 8 add-ons. Okay, maybe not. Reimagine. No, those don't matter. Extras. Universal engineering. Pricing. Forest. Oculus. Yep. Data anchor. Nope. Puzzles live. Yep. I have this one. Data anchor. We don't have that one. Exposure. We should have this one. Yep. Create Steam and Rails. I saw that one. Oh, I don't know why I didn't check all those off. Okay, how many do we have? 402. Oh, this makes sense. This must have when I... Oh! Oh my god. Honey. Irons. Most. Naturalist. Bolts. Citrus Delight is one. Bugify. Nope. Massive Peeping. Log be gone. 042. Okay. So I got 403. How? I don't know. Hi, Chaotic Kitten. 8-hour stream. You go, Glen Coco. Thank you. I was just trying to figure out Minecraft stuff, and it's taking a little bit to verify everything, so. None of these. None of these. Guide me. Oh, add-ons live. Yup. Creative core. Yup. Custom starter gear makes sense. And poly live. Yup. Be sure this. Immersive engineering. Nope. Okay. Are there other mods that could be considered to reduce? I mean, we could remove, like, the let's do stuff. I'm just lazy and I don't want to, because what if I want it later? I think that's I think that's another reason why I'm, like, going through all these. A big thing, hi Zoe, I'm checking in, my love, have a good night, no problem, thank you for hanging out, and stopping by. A lot of these ones, are being condensed. A lot of the delight mods were removed. And made into Compat Delight, which makes it so it's a lot less. And there'll be some that I'll be removing, like all the mods ones and the mutant ones. Short hair Lane is so cute, thank you. This is bowl cut Elaine. I'm just very confused of how it says I have 417. I do use Let's Do Binary, okay, cool. I do use some of the Let's Do stuff because I think it's really cute, but I thought it was only me, so if you use it, then Pog will keep it. How is it that I have 417 mods, yet I can't list all 417? Thank you for the wellness check. Thank you, Bun! Thank you for the follow, welcome on in. How is it that I can't find 417? Is this some of the file add-ons to other mods? You think so? So that means I have 404 mods. And, like, my plan currently is to reload all these mods. Except for some, because I'm gonna take some of them out. Why don't we have... Wait, hold on. Load. This one doesn't have either. Earring, no. Okay, those ones I think I wanted to add after. Okay. This one says I have 423 mods, though, which is a bit confusing. Okay, well, I think that's all of that. Now I just want to organize really quick. New ones, I guess? Visual Workshop, Loot Engraved Jade add-ons. Resource packs don't matter. I can later. Default options. Resource. You go over here. I will deal with you later. And then default options. Oh. These. And move these guys. Jade add-ons is like nothing? Okay. Well, if that's nothing, then I'm just gonna scoot this up. Not that far up, though. Yeah, this is literally... I don't know if I ever streamed it. It might have been at a time where, like, I didn't stream everything that I did. But this is literally what I did to set up the Minecraft server in the first place. Which I guess is how you're supposed to do it, I guess? some starter gear is kind of over there. Have you backed up the server? It should be backed up. Hold on. It's been off, but I think it automatically backs up. Like, we have a backup system on there. Currently what I'm going to do, is... I have to fix it. I'm gonna make sure that it loads on my end first and then go from there, I think. Is my current plan. These ones. Add it in here. Put it up in here. These are all the same, where it's kind of like... What? Oh. Oh. I don't know if the animal origins are necessary, to be fair, either. There's my answer because removing guys can corrupt the world. I learned the hard way. Oh, okay. Yeah, the only things that were like, oh, wait, yeah, that might bug it. All the ores might bug it. I will think about what I've done in a minute. Because I might have tried updating it last night and been like, oh, maybe I shouldn't do this while I'm high, not understanding what I'm doing. So yeah, there's that. 23, 417. Overthinking. Yeah, you could always revert the world. That's true. I don't know how to, but that's true. Add Astra caves. Oh yeah, those are all being removed, so they're not listed. Same with this guy. Optimization mods, put that there. Remove this guy. Source. Debugify. Okay, we don't have any of those. I forgot which one I added to the server. I didn't really spot that as I start over, just like a new server, like somehow have groups see. Like, yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's why I kind of moved away from spawn also. Okay, because I want to also add this one. Okay. I can be folding windows in your best friend's car. These guys. I didn't put those ones. Okay, I did not. And then we're removing these guys, this guy, this guy. Oop. I don't remember, I might bring some life back anyway, because once you get to a certain level of the game, you're just waiting on farming and crafting. That's true. That's true. I might think about it. I'd have to remake the Milk Club, though, which would be a bitch. But we'll see. We will see, because the plan was to have a forever server, and I kind of don't want to delete the server. But at the same time, maybe a poll in the Discord, yeah, maybe. And it's not like we have to delete the world. It could be something that I mean, another thing is we could restart the server, and I could copy everyone's buildings over, but I feel like that kind of ruins it. I feel like it should be a fresh start in a way. Could have a legacy server, but that costs more. That's true. That would cost more, because that's stuff that I don't currently have the money for. The movie Spawn is functionally a new server without losing anything. Yeah. Yes, that is the plan. Currently is just to move away from the current spawn. If I can fix the server, that is the. If I can't, I'll have to talk to our IT guy. Oops. No, that was correct. Okay. I really like the new food. There's a lot of new comp hats that are coming out though that are nice. Or that I've noticed as of late, which are really nice, that are like, if you had this mod, then these recipes will turn on. If you don't have the mod, then like the recipes won't turn on, which is really nice. The hardest thing that I need to do though is just make sure that I'm like keeping track of all this with all the updates, because if I don't, then I do this again. Ooh. And I wanted to add the trading floors. Where is it? Oh, it's in the other one. Oh wait, no, it's in this one. This one. I thought there was another thing that I added, but now I'm forgetting. No, it was the Cosmopolitan. The Cosmopolitan one is what broke stuff. Is that in here? I can't tell. I need to sort this alphabetically. Sort range. Cool. How's work, wife? Good. Good. I am just going through the Minecraft server mods and trying to try to clean things up a bit. Sounds about to get used to. I'm gonna eat 3 times a day this week. Yeah, oh, easy. Or better yet, buy the best parts for a PC Super and send it out to the Discord. What? Why are we talking about a PC again? What's happening? Okay, I think that fixes everything. Other than this, then I have to still fix. Because I got distracted, I guess. It's 10:30. Right, after I get this list all sorted, I'll probably end stream just so I can sit here, watch a TV show, and let Minecraft load 30,000 times. Okay. Okay, somehow I have more? Huh? What? What happened? Don't mind me still calling world domination. Okay, sounds good. Okay, wait, we gotta do math. 105 plus 106. Wait, nope. 105 plus 106 plus 89 plus 82 plus 39. 429. What? What? That's crazy! How did I gain more by organizing? What? I don't know. I don't know how that happened. But it happened. Okay. Okay. Right.
Ignore chat, I'm just talking to myself, no crimes here.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie, I believe you. No more delight mods. I am not allowing myself to get any more delight mods. This one? Nope. This one? Nope. This one. No, what? This one. Yeah! Background track recommendations? Yeah, if you want. I was probably just gonna listen to Creepcast, to be honest. I am behind on Creepcast episodes. I'm on the last chapter. Oh, I'm on the last chapter of. I work at a half-priced. Or what was it? I work at a half-price voodoo shop. Okay. And then the Mother Horse Eyes is 11 hours. I might not need a show recommendation. What in the fuck, Knuckles, do you mean it's 11 hours? That's their longest video they've done yet, right? 7. Right Left Game was only I think a couple hours per. Right Left Game was. Let's see, like. Yeah, it was like an 8.5 hour video. Do you play the episodes at 1 time speed? I do. I do not speed them up. I do not speed them up. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's delicious. That means I have content for days. That means I have something to watch while I eat my breakfast for a while. Let me know if you want a podcast, guys. I've listened to so many. Yes. I mean, you guys can put them in the vibe check thing. Where is it? In the vibe zone? That's diabolical for ADHD. Yeah, I sometimes, most of the times I need like something also visual because I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, I think this is all the mods. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna feel really awkward if one of them is not in here, but I'm pretty sure we're okay. I'm like pretty sure. Like pretty sure. So, okay. That reminds me, my wife got me 3 Audible credits for my birthday. Maybe I should get LOM before I start the what's LOM? What? Who's still streaming? I'll refresh. Lord of Mysteries? Ooh, that sounds cool. That sounds cool. Oh, okay. I don't want to raid. Ericavist is live right now? Who's this? Ericavist? Ooh. Bet. One of the highest rated web novels that got published, and the anime has more frames of the Fate series. Okay, shit. Maybe I'll get into that too. Because I like the sound of that. Alright. We're gonna go right into this person. Looks like they're playing I Was a Teenage Exocolonist. Sounds cool, looks cool. So you go over there. I realize they've been streaming for 6 hours, so go there before they end. I love you guys. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Here is the raid message. Be good. Be good. Because we're new there. Okay, be good. I love you guys. Mwah. See you guys tomorrow for probably some more work and then probably art. Probably need a break from the Minecraft stuff unless I figure it out tonight. So, I'll see you guys though tomorrow. Bye! If you do, hanging out with me.